What's up, guys? I don't know if Kyle's here or how to add him from my phone. So we'll see. Let me go turn the lights on. I checked participants. I don't see him in there. He just texted me, but I was in the middle of doing this. So I didn't get to answer. Anyway, I'm exhausted. Got here. Meghead was laying aside. I felt bad watching him work, so I helped him for a little while. Anytime somebody gets in an argument with you about immigration, have them lay sod for a while. You'll change your damn mind with a quickness. Can you guys hear me okay? Or that light in the camera looks horrible. I'm sorry. Somebody comment, make sure the audio is coming through. Usually when I go live from the shop, I do it through YouTube. Loud and clear, good deal. Yeah, usually I do it just straight through YouTube. I don't use StreamYard. So this is kind of new to me. And I've got the camera turned sideways, so let me check see if Kyle. I can't see the backstage part from here. There's a little icon down here for participants. Check that, and it don't show he's in here. I didn't think about the light being even worse with the camera turned this way, but nothing I can do about it. I promise on Friday I'm going to get a new phone. I mean, this one works fine. The only issue it has is that crack through the screen. It's right across the camera. So it is what it is. What's up, Line Not Sheet? Just to give you all a reminder where we were at. I got this thing glued up. So I'm going to get it shaped up tonight. I might not be moving the camera of mine as much as I usually do. I know Stevie was still live when I left there, but I wasn't in any hurry to go live, but I didn't want people in here waiting, so wasn't trying to step on his toes by any means. Oh. The way inside is not fun, especially when you're old and feeble. I still don't see Kyle in the. If you're watching or listening, if you're having any issues, put it in the chat. I don't think he can just add himself anymore. I still don't see him in there. I'm grinding this desert ironwood, guys, on a 24 drip belt. And I swear this stuff takes just as long to grind as steel does. I'm assuming that's why they named it ironwood. There's no doubt it's at least tougher than that steel that Cliff Rock uses. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try something a little bit different. I'm not even used my small contact wheel yet. So we're gonna give that a shot. Cause I've got big news for me. I'll show y'all. Hang on. I've got the contact wheel that came with my grinder right here. But hang on, there's more. Because later tonight, I will be swapping this wheel out. Oh, and Kyle's here, I think. Yep. There we go. Can you hear me, Kyle?
I got you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just going to show what I got in the mail. I guess y'all can see that. Can you see it?
We can see it.
Good deal. But for now, I'm going to use the 8-inch that it came with. I'm gone, buddy. See you, Mayhead. I bet you have. All right, let's see. Let's see if this works any better. I don't know if it's any faster. If it is, it's just a little bit. I've got a whole 3/4 inch hanging off the end of this. We can knock off with the bandsaw. If it was G10 or something, I wouldn't even bother. But this ironwood, it'd take me 15 minutes to grind that off.
That thing's loud.
In case y'all didn't realize what that was in that box, that's my 12-inch hollow wheel or contact wheel for doing hollow grinds. This wheel's the right size to hollow grind the studs, but anything bigger than that, I had to have a bigger wheel, so I finally got it.
What's up, Neil? What's up, Ryan?
Kyle, do you need me to mute myself while I'm grinding?
No, you're not too bad.
Okay. I'm not going to be grinding much tonight anyway. I got a bunch of hand sanding to do on this after this. Well, you'd think 24 grit would just fly right through this. Damn, it don't.
What the hell he got on his blade, but it ain't coming off.
Do what, buddy?
So I'm getting ready. I'm sharpening this knife and trying to clean the blade off because he's got like a sticker or something stuck on it, but it ain't coming off.
One?
No.
All All right, I'm gonna crank this up for a second, see if I can knock this out. Might
Right.
get a little louder. There's just not a faster way to do this. It's just gonna be time consuming. Now I got a bunch of it to work with. I need a smaller radius. I'll be right back. One thing about it, that oat grinder is really good at it. That's hawking shit off. That's butt. Right. I can take this one though. They make an 8-inch drive wheel. I just got a 4, I think, and that other drive wheel makes it a lot faster. But right now, I'm not really concerned with making this thing super fast. I'm more concerned with slowing down some, getting some precision. And I've always got her faithful over there. If I just need to hog something off. Let's see. I'm gonna change belt here for a second. I've got a massive box of belts coming. I'm looking forward to that.
My box of belts should.
Really gives me anxiety more than looking up at my belt inventory and realizing I'm getting low.
You hear me, Shane?
I hear you. What'd you say?
I said my box of belts showed up today.
Oh, did it?
Yeah.
Did you get excited?
No, I haven't tried them yet.
It's weird how excited I get over shit like that.
I got like 4 packages today.
I've got 50 of these coming. Not to mention, I'm still waiting on my small tool attachment.
Has that shipped yet?
He was supposed to ship it Thursday or Friday. I haven't talked to him. I'm not positive. I'm not rushing or anything. So I don't know.
No, but it'd be nice to have.
Yeah. So this G card had a little bit of neon green in it, so I did a neon green spacer. But we're almost to the hard part, all that damn hand sanding. But I went to the cabinet shop today, and I got brand new, slick, smooth chunks of granite to hand sand on.
I need a true flat plate.
All right, guys. I got some other stuff for you too, Kyle. I don't know if they'll give a shit, but you'll probably like it. So, unbox it.
I can't hear you when you're yelling clear back there, buddy.
Yeah, this should be it.
You hear me?
I can now.
I couldn't hear you when you're yelling clear back in the back.
I gotta get used to that. I'm not familiar with doing all this on my phone this way. Check out what I got.
Attaboy.
Yeah, and somewhere around here is my carbide. There it is.
Nice.
So the little carbide tip.
Yep.
You know, everybody uses that, and I should have been a long time ago, but that cement was moving so fast, I couldn't even see the edge because the entire time I was grinding, it was vibrating slightly. And I also got this in. This says I can use this for anything up to 2,000 degrees, Kyle.
Yeah.
I'm going to use it on my Nitro V at 1850. I don't think I'm going to trust it on my S90V. I'll just make aluminum, or I'll make the
Yeah.
full package for it.
Yeah, for sure.
But this is what Brian and Steve both use on Nitro V. So that should save me some money.
If it helps, it helps.
That's right. That's right. What are you sharpening? I can barely see, man. My screen's so tiny.
I've got a well, the knife's not showing because it's too far back, but I've got a small and Cosi in here right now.
Oh, okay.
I got a batch of 7 knives.
2 people in here. Is Stevie still alive?
Yep.
Oh, he is. That's why. It's on the TV over there. I don't know if y'all can see that or not. Yeah, that's probably one of the only 2 people in here. What's up, Ryan?
I finished Paul Mills's knife, and then I got a batch of 7 in today, and then I got to do that brown one still for you.
Yeah.
And then let me know where that green one's going.
Well, I got everything shipped out today. I got Yakko's shipped. I had a few I sent to Terry because they need sheaths anyway. I was going to send them to you first, but it's the ones he needed the pattern for, so I just shipped them to him so he could get the sheaths made and then send them to you. The only thing that I was hoping I would have shipped by now that I don't is Josh Schwartz. I just messaged the laser guy and he told me I could pick it up tomorrow. So if I pick it up tomorrow, it's coming. It and Crispy's Homestead are both coming straight to you.
That's fine. That'll give me the next couple of days to get all these done and then get situated to get ready for Crispy's batch. I still haven't found one. I'm trying to find a press locally and I haven't found one. So I may just go buy a cheapie for now.
Well, I got a new arbor press for my Kydex rivets.
Yeah.
It's in the car. I ain't brought it in. I got a bunch of new shit. And I found out that place that I ordered my belts, Origin Knife Maker, that's the place that had the belts so cheap. They don't have a huge selection of belts. It's pretty much all 2x72, I think. They have a tilt bevel table for $125.
Will it fit on your tubing arm?
Huh?
Does it just fit on a 1.5 square tubing arm?
It does. And that's about the amount of money I have left at the moment. I get paid on Friday. But
no, you don't. You don't get paid for it.
My check gets here.
You don't get paid for Knives Friday.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Yeah, I've got my arm for it to bolt to. So I guess I'm going to get that ordered. I actually might wait until the factory table gets here from Billy, because that's not even the factory work rest I've got. I may see how it works before I buy something else. Let me get this finger tool cleaned up. Yeah, now just to start the tedious hand sanding.
Yeah, I'd wait till you get the factory one in hand to see what it's like first.
Yeah, I'm going up before I spend that. And you know what, man? That's a whole new process to learn. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know that I want to jump on a whole new process in the middle of making somebody's knife. You know, maybe better to learn that on something that's not sold, so I don't have the stress of worrying about getting it right the first try. So I say that's going to be a whole new set of muscle memory and
Yeah. I want to. That's great that you were able to find some slabs. I went to my local, excuse me, flooring store to try to
Yeah.
get some free slabs or cut-offs to have for a flat platen for sanding, and they didn't have anything.
Well,
I left my number, and they still never bothered.
if it wasn't so expensive to ship, Kyle, actually, I take that back. I can probably ship you a piece when I ship you that knife. I'll just find out the dimensions on the medium box from FedEx because the weight doesn't matter. Because literally, God, they've got enough scrap. And I talked to him today. I thought about going by there and getting enough to hit it and break it into pieces with my hammer and do my countertops in it and pour epoxy into the cracks.
Well,
Do
I
black
was trying
granite,
to get like a 12 by 12 at least.
black granite like this
Yeah.
with that cobalt blue epoxy. But break it so that the edges aren't clean; they're all jagged. They kind of like a granite river table.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Well, I was trying to get a piece that was like 12 by 12. That's what I've got right now.
Well, this piece I got right here, buddy. I got this piece free today. What they are, these larger pieces, most of them are about the same size. Hell, I don't even know if I can pick this thing up sitting here. I don't know if I can get the leverage to stand it up. These are, shit, I can't pick it up. Damn it. Y'all still there?
Yep.
But yeah, it's a sink cutout.
Okay.
It's where they cut out for a kitchen sink. And he said they fill their dumpster every day with them. Said I was more than welcome to as much of it as I wanted.
Wow.
I got a piece over there I've had for a while over there. This different camera angle's fucking me up. But I've got epoxy all over it and everything, so it's not really true anymore.
Well, I've got that piece of tempered glass that I use, which it's flat, but I mean it's not going to be as accurate as that probably.
Right.
But it's pretty damn flat though.
Yeah. Well, these guys I've known these old boys for years. I used to work on all their vehicles. They asked me again today if I'd be willing to work on some on the side. And I was like, man, I really appreciate it, but hell no. I have zero interest. He's like, you know what mechanic work's paying nowadays? He's like, oh, I know. I could make a damn killing right there in my driveway if I wanted to. But I have no interest in it.
Just purely from a physical standpoint.
Yeah, I had 2 job offers today for mechanic work. I went by the shop I used to own, and the guy that I owned it with is back there by himself.
How long
He was like, you just pick and choose, work on what you want. And I was like, dude, you don't understand, man. I can't start a bolt anymore. Like I can't. Yeah, I just can't do it. I don't care how good the money is. Not to mention that was the reason.
Yeah, I was gonna say that I don't know how long he'll actually own that.
Yeah, it's about to go under. That's why he was begging me to come back. It already has went under. Like CNS, the shop we opened, hasn't been in existence for several years. But another guy took the shop or reopened the business in the same building and has hired Chris, but he has since moved to Texas and left Chris running it by himself, and he just can't do it.
And that's gone to shit.
Yeah. Chris is a great mechanic. He is not a businessman at all. And Marty knew that. I don't know what the hell he was thinking, leaving it with him like that. especially if he has any money invested in it. 'Cause it's about to go under. What's up, a little bit out of square. Yeah, but that's certainly something I'm not interested in.
No, that's good.
If I could work full time, I'd be doing this full time. But there's days I can't get up to do this, much less
Right.
be dependable. Tell somebody I'm going to work on their car tomorrow, and then I can't, then they're pissed.
Yeah.
There ain't no faster way to piss somebody off than not working on their shit as fast as they think you should be.
Now, part of that's also setting expectations.
Right.
But, people have their own expectations.
Yeah. And I get it, man. If I was without my car, I'd be getting antsy too.
That blade I sharpened earlier was one of Brian's reblades.
How crisp was that?
Oh, that thing was incredible. It was absolutely, I mean, from the first stone, I went to deburr, and it was just popping the wires.
I'm planning on doing a reblade before long, but not for somebody. The more I look at it, I think the Deca is a perfect donor. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can pull it off and put a thug blade in it. And then if everything works out right, then I'll shape the handle to make it look a little more like a thug. Just see if I can do it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I could afford to buy a Deca, reblade it, and sell it for a reasonable price, I think. I see that. I mean, I'd really want it to be a Deca with AWT scales. Shit, now I'm at what, $200 before I even put a blade in it?
More than that.
But like I said, I'm going to do it for myself. I wouldn't dare, sell that without having done it several times already. At first, I thought it might be a little disrespectful to do the knife Jason bought me that way. But I think Jason would be proud if I rebladed it with my own stuff.
Well, not only that, but here's the thing. That you're not ruining the blade. You're just using it to test it out. And then worst case scenario, you put the factory one back in. Absolutely.
That's why I'm saying I'll do the blade first. And if I can get it perfect, then we might shape the handles. That won't need much, dude. Believe it or not, the Deca's not far off. It'll need very little handle reshaping. Just 3M no slip grip sucks.
The Cubitron?
Huh?
The purple Cubitron?
It just says no slip grip, durable backing, 400 finish.
But it's Cubitron, the purple stuff. That's actually pretty damn good sandpaper.
Maybe it is. I probably didn't get all the scratches out with the 220. Let me go back and work it. Yeah, I think that's what it was. Same mistake I've always made. I jumped up in belts before I got all the old scratches out. Pretty par for the course for me.
happens, man.
Yeah, I never wanted to do a whole lot of hand sanding, but I've come to the realization you want to make shit pretty, you've almost got to.
Yep. Pretty much inevitable. Work in progress. That's DH, right?
No, work in progress is empty.
Empty. That's right. Sorry.
Is he here?
Yep.
What's up, Empty? What you doing, brother?
People change their names, and I lose track of who's who.
I do too. Yeah, I try not to call him by his real name since I know it, because you always give me shit about doxing people.
No. The only reason I look at it that way is because they pick a screen name that's not their name, then they probably don't want to be called by their name. It's more of a courtesy than anything. I don't think some of them even care, but
yeah, it's funny. I told Stevie said he wasn't going to be live long. I said, well, I'll schedule it for 9:30. I was like, don't be in a rush because of me. And he's like, oh, I won't. He wasn't kidding. I think they're still live, ain't they? Yep.
Yeah.
I knew that happened. I knew that I'll get on there and get talking. Had no chance of drawing in any randoms tonight because it's not. We're not on the shorts feed tonight. That's all right. I mostly just wanted to hang out with my boy Kyle.
You're doing this anyway, so you can shoot the shit while we're doing it. I said I'd be doing this anyway, so you can shoot the shit while we're doing it.
Right. Who is in the chat? Damn, I should have brought my glasses in. I can't read chat at all. I'll go get them in a minute. I've got them out in the car.
I see. That was a long time ago, but Marco and Ellis, Cliff, and Empty, only names I see.
Yeah, they're probably jumping back and forth too, if I had to guess.
I saw Neil earlier, but I haven't seen
Well,
one.
Funny as hell the other night. I forgot what it was. I mean, fucking funny, dude. It shocked me. Neil's funny like that, though, man. He's dry as the desert 95% of the time. And when he drops a bomb, it's even makes it even more funny.
Yeah, he don't say shit for 6 months, and then all of a sudden he just hits you with one.
Yeah, he'll hit you with eat an egg and dick sandwich.
Right. There you go, Dano.
Yeah.
20 degrees on this little Nkosi.
Well, you got her sharp, don't you?
Not bad for for all those who say you have to have a low angle edge.
I hooked Yako up. I had a spare.
What's up, Crispy?
I had a spare 1-inch arbor, that I use on my die grinder. So I threw it in with his package. And I threw that in with his package and some 36 grip barrels for it.
But he was happy.
Yeah. He ain't got it yet. I just shipped it today, but I remember those days of struggling, trying to figure out how to do a finger troll and not have to do it all by hand. I tried to help him out.
I wish I could rig up something for a small wheel attachment for mine, but the more I've looked, I can't figure anything out for it yet. I'm still going to try to figure something out.
Yeah. Dude, just get you a plug-in die grinder from Harbor Freight. You got a Dremel. They may make I don't know if they make an 1/8-inch arbor for the sanding wheels, though. Everyone I've seen has been quarter. No, I take that back. The 1/2 inch, I've got one here, actually. Hang on, I'll show you, Kyle. I just got this in recently. They make this right here. think this was 15 to 20 bucks. And look at all those half-inch drum discs it comes with. And
Look at all
there's
this.
2 of the levers in there to fit a Dremel. Now, those might be a little small for a finger troll, but that just means you won't be able to just lay into it. You know, you'll have to roll it back and forth.
Right.
But I mean, who gives a shit? If you don't have something like that, that's a game changer.
I just wanted to have access so I could tilt it horizontally and run like finger grooves there on a small
Right.
wheel.
Well, actually, the smaller one might be better for that. But can we just send you this one?
What size is it again?
This is a half-inch arbor, so it's just a half-inch drum.
But what's the what's the
These are
collet?
Oh, the collet size is 8 if it's a Dremel.
Okay.
So this won't even work on my die grinders. I'll just send you this because it won't work on mine anyway.
Okay.
I mean, I could use it on my Dremel, but hopefully by next week I won't need any of it. Yeah, I'll send that to you. No point in spending money on it if I've got it and don't need it. My lines on these segmented scales aren't perfect. I mean, the best I can do is apologize because I don't think, I know you knew it when you saw me doing it, but people don't realize that that was the absolute hardest way to do this, was to have 6 individual pieces and try to glue them together and make them work. You know, I didn't have a chance to make one piece and cut it in half. So between cutting 6 different pieces of material
I think it's more the run out.
and it being me, there was 0 chance of me nailing it.
They're close, and so
Yeah,
the more we talk, I think
what,
if you're getting those pieces square on your platen before you line them up. I think what's happening is when you're drilling the holes, you're getting a little bit of run out, and they're just shifting slightly.
right. Yeah, I agree 100%. This drill press is not, it's not very accurate. Because I'll show you. Let me wet it so you can see it a little better.
That's pretty
So they're
close,
not
man.
small, but they're a hair off.
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah, and on this backside, well,
That's also
the backside is actually just a little worse. But man,
Yeah,
it's,
Shane,
I was trying to,
that's your third pair you've done with those?
huh?
It's like your third pair you've actually made.
Right. And I was trying to save some G Carta that I probably should have thrown in the garbage and just bought him some. But I ain't bad mouthing Dylan Mettery's tasting G Carta. But it looked awfully boring as a solid piece on these knives. He picked, the colors he picked just didn't have much pop. But having them segmented with this ironwood, I think they look a whole hell of a lot better. Let me wet it and show you what it looks like wet. I mean, look at that wood when it pops, dude.
Yeah.
I think that looks much better than just this all over.
Yeah, it looks good.
All right, on to the next grit. That's 220. I got 1,000 here somewhere. There she is.
If it isn't little Luke.
Luke's here.
Luke is here.
I finally got Luke's prick shipped today.
Nice.
I really wanted to have all my shipping done today, but the laser guy held me up again.
Yeah,
So I had
happens.
to put the ball in his court. I messaged him, was like, "Hey man, is there any way I can pick that knife up tomorrow and bring you your Conto?" You see what
Yeah.
I did there, right? I had to make sure I was offering him something. He said I could, so I hope it's not a situation where he thinks I owe him and that's why he's taking. Because I mean, if I owe him, I'd gladly pay him. I mean, I told him I'd be glad to just pay cash if I needed to. Now I know he's been waiting on that knife for a while, but oh man, he's held me up.
If you were a little more technologically advanced, I'd say it'd be worth it just to invest and buy one. But
You know, I thought about it, dude. I don't think I'd ever be able to figure out the program. I'd get frustrated with it.
I know that's why I said that.
Right.
But you
And
can,
you know,
you
Chuck
can.
one, they had to buy one when he opened that Wasteland Armory because if somebody ordered a SBR, they had to be able to engrave it.
Yeah.
It's a fairly cheap one, but I know it will at least etch steel. But then again, even if I got it from him, I'd have to get a laptop that was compatible to it and figure out how to use the program. But I don't think the only reason it's an issue this time is because Josh Wolf wanted some custom lasers. I could still buy the electro,
Oh, the
the electro
old
action.
fashioned doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can do it that way, but I can't do the custom work. I could have done Josh's knife for that either way. Well, I guess I could have. I had to send the artwork to somebody to make the stencil.
Yeah, but even those machines are like $300 for those little.
I'm pretty sure
Ones.
that's all this one is like a $300 outfit.
No, I'm talking about the ones that the old fashioned ones that you.
Yeah.
They're not.
Yeah, and
They're
I
not
don't.
that cheap for. So you might as well spend the extra couple $100 and get a nicer actual one you can do all kinds of stuff with.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Otherwise, you're limiting yourself what you can do for the money.
Yeah, yeah, because I mean, I can buy that laser machine Chapel's got for $300 or $400. But again, I fall back into the issue of figuring out how to use it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, Cheetos here. I found something out about Cheetos, and well, not necessarily about him, but about his knife. You know that trucha is Spanish for clip point.
Is it? Well, that
Yeah.
worked out good then, because I turned it into a flip point. I appreciate you being as much of an asshole as Cheeto is, Carl.
Well,
I remember doing it, and
that's a level of up to.
I remember why I did it, but my dumb ass, I never referred back to the original mold he sent me to make sure that was correct. So I fucked it up. That's all right. I got plenty of metal.
Well, what all three are they, Cheeto? Enlighten us.
gotta go back to the grinder for a second. I'll be right back.
We'll be here. Nice, Cheeto. Hey, Paul, I got to send you your invoice after the stream.
Are you talking to them?
No, I was talking to Paul.
Okay.
That's
I
what
just
I'm
make
on.
sure I couldn't hear you.
No, your knife is all done, Paul. So it's ready to go to Terry. Yeah, no problem, Paul. I had a batch coming today of 7. I was trying to get yours done ahead of that, so that way it didn't get put in the back of the line. It was going to be a while. So I finished it up earlier today. And then I'll get you a spec sheet invoicing out tonight. And then you get that to me tonight or tomorrow, then I'll try to get that out to Terry tomorrow. It's always a pleasure working on Brian's stuff too. He does such a good job.
I'm trying to look at this fucking ironwood, dude. If I had to pick right now, that's all I'd use. I literally love it that much. It's beautiful. It's extremely tough.
Paul, there's gonna be zero doubt when you touch this thing. It will lay you wide open if you're not careful. There he is. What's up, Josh Worth? Josh, today's the first day I got back in the shop here, so I owe you a message and a quote. I just haven't got to it yet. That one will be. I'll try to get that done tonight too after the stream. You know what? I'm writing it down right now on no paper, so I've got what to do after the stream. Josh, I don't know if you were here earlier or not, but Shane was talking about your knife. It's out at he's going to pick it up tomorrow from engraving, so you'll have that headed my way before too long.
Oh, the biggest issue I've learned with this G-Carta, it's not looking bad at this minute, but the cross section, I just can't get any kind of.
Hey, I just thought of something. Sorry to interrupt you. But why before I forget it, what knife did you send Terry today for a
For sheaths,
for patterns?
I sent Sharice and Bob DeMarco's.
So for
They're the
homesteads.
same name, but they both need a sheath. I sent Ryan Ellis's joke wolf for a sheath. Um,
So he'll have the homestead pattern.
he'll have he's got 2 homesteads on the way.
Okay. Well then,
Yeah.
Terry, since you're here, let me do this. When you get the pattern for the homestead, let me know, and I'll need 2 of them. One for Josh Worth's knife and one for Crispy's, and I'll tell you colors, and that way we don't have to double up on the shipping. You can ship those directly to me.
That's exactly right, Kyle. That's why I wanted him to do patterns so that he'd have them for those 2 knives. You are
Okay.
spot on, sir.
I just thinking about it.
Sadly, I still got a whole nother one of these forests to make scales for when I'm done with all this. I've got 2 of them done. I still got one I still have to do. But I'm trying not to do them as a set.
Sorry, Terry. I just thought about that, and I wanted to get that off my head before that way we can try to streamline some of the orders.
Did you ever see this, the magna cut that I did on it, Kyle?
What?
You think?
He gone. Now we'll see if he can get back in here. That's going to be the interesting part. We'll give it a minute and see if he shows back up or not. Anyone want to take bets with me? This, Terry? Yeah, this is definitely not yours. I don't know who made that. I don't think it even shows up. If I can read it or not. Well, the inscribing is not good, so it's hard to tell. I got glasses and I'm directly under a light and it's still hard to see it. Luke, that's probably what makes him squint more. I've never tried their scales, Paul. That sounds cool. Oh, he was almost here. He tried. It's amazing how much buildup you get on here. Look at that. Yeah, he's back, I think. Can get his camera working. Hey, there he is.
I don't know what the fuck happened. I went to show you that knife. My phone completely restarted.
Huh.
Hey, check out the finish on this MagnaCut, dude.
Oh, wow. That's much nicer.
Yeah.
Looks-
While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to take it up right now. While I pick it up. Find some tape, get on that bad boy. I know I got some here somewhere. I'm already making that. Because I can clean up the tape. What happened? Did my screen just go black? It didn't kick you?
No, I was live and you were gone, so I just was talking to everybody.
My phone completely restarted.
Terry, that's fine.
Hold that knife. All of a sudden, I got the Hello Moto screen.
Terry, that'll work out fine because I think Shane's going to ship probably tomorrow or Wednesday to me. So I'll have them by the weekend-ish, which means that'll give me plenty of time because I've got to finish these knives. And then once I get those, I still got to do crispy scales and get Josh worth his. So that'll be fine.
They're all taped up. Shouldn't have to worry about it scratching anymore. Well, I got to locate that third forest. Figure out what the hell I did with it.
You really need to start getting bins.
Start getting what?
Bins, so that way you can put like the current working on stuff, the upcoming. Everything.
You know, I probably wouldn't use it if I had it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bunch of shit in there that don't belong. But you're right. You're 100% right.
So like,
that was
okay.
These hangers over here was that, you know, already heat treated or cut out, not heat treated, and I just.
So here, this is thing. When I'm working on projects, this is what I do. I have them in little. I don't have one handy.
Oh, I'm super nerdy and organized.
No, I put them in a baggie, and then these go in like a little small Tupperware container for a project, so I know exactly where all the parts go.
That sounds exactly like you. Nothing like me, though. But yeah, I know you're right. I do need to figure out a system now that I've got a decent. I've actually got something I can organize.
Because we all know you'd lose your ass if it wasn't touched.
So I got to get these scales glued to these liners and clamp down for another local knife. Then I'll go back to searching for the last forest. What I'd planned on doing was using the toolbox for that too. Having my different layers of done. And that's why I stuck that knife in it the other night and then lost it for 2 hours.
Well,
Mostly because I haven't got into a repetitive motion yet. By the way, this is what the truce is supposed to look like. And somehow, I ain't ashamed, I'll show it. Somehow, I turned it into a foot point. I'm still going to finish that knife, but it's not going to be Cheeto's knife.
It's still a cool knife.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool knife.
I like
Take my time with it and make it as nice as I possibly can. It's just not going to be. It's not going to be his design because I fucked it up.
I like the recurve on the top bevel.
Huh?
So I like the recurve on that top bevel.
Yeah, I'm sure you do, Kyle.
I like recurves. That's what I'm saying. I think that's cool.
You drew. And like I said, I had the, sadly, I had the pattern right there. Those are not the same. But I know how I did it and why I did it. I mean, there wasn't a legitimate reason why. I know why it happened. So that's half the battle is knowing what I did wrong so it don't happen again.
That's also your first time doing a sweat like that, too.
Well, that's not exactly true. I've done a swedge.
Yeah, not like that, though. I said,
No.
you haven't done a swedge like that.
Nobody's even seen this knife because I haven't shown it to anybody. Because this is not my style of knife at all. But I was asked to make it, so I have been. This is a big sci-fi looking clip point made for dispatching hogs when you hunt hogs with a dog. Got a recurve, but the point is, I was successful at doing the swedge on it. I just was not successful at doing the swedge on Cheeto. I'm gonna get back to that knife eventually. But it's hard to get motivated on something that you're just not into at all.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. I'm not bashing the guy's taste or anything like that. It's just not something I ever would have made. But at the same time, I'm honored that he asked me to. I still don't see that. I thought surely just moving around, I would run into that other for it.
More proof, Cheeto, of why you're the biggest asshole.
Huh?
I said that's just more proof of why Cheeto's the biggest asshole, and I love him.
Yeah, I love Cheeto too, but he is an asshole.
No, read his last comment.
Oh, what did he say? I can't see it.
Favoritism
Favoritism.
of why you got that switch done okay, not his.
Yeah, maybe it's because he was not an asshole. That, and there was literally no pressure on that. That's a piece of 8670. I've got 3 more feet of it. All right, I got to find something to mix this epoxy. Let me go grab a paper ball.
Use your finger, you mongoloid.
I try not to.
That's awesome, Paul. Yeah, those are. I love Tantos and I love Tanto recurves, but people give them a bad rap because they don't know how to handle them. But
What do you guys think is going to happen if I mix epoxy and it's styrofoam mold?
probably gonna make some Agent Orange.
Do you think it's going to melt?
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out. We are going to find out, boys and girls.
I would be ready to open up the door, get some ventilation.
You know me, I ain't never been worried about ventilation.
Yeah, but I don't have the address there, so I can't call the medics.
Yeah. Kyle, I've smoked meth in my past. I'm not really worried about like that. I was never a meth head, though. I tried it one time and didn't care for it. Just didn't think it was. I just didn't think it lived up to all the hype.
I don't think it ever had any hype.
Well, in my family, it did. There was lots of folks thought it was the fucking greatest thing since sliced bread. That's why I tried it to see what the big deal was. There was no chance of me getting addicted because I couldn't afford it.
In my family, if you smoked pot, it was like doing crack.
Yeah. Well, dude, I'm telling you, I remember Stacker 2s back in the day. And that was no different than taking a couple of Stacker 2s and washing it down with a cup of coffee. It just didn't.
I don't know what the hell that is.
Stacker 2s were over the gas station diet pill, is how it was advertised. But it was just liquid, or it was just Sudafed in a pill form. Pretty much the same thing. I'm just saying, I didn't think enough of it to want to do it again.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah. That's a pretty risky venture for me, as I have an extremely addictive personality. Oh. Not the best idea, but I said I tried it once.
What the hell is that?
And I don't want to hear none of that. Oh, you didn't try no good shit. This is some damn Cedar Bluff show enough ice, $5 shit.
I don't think any of it's good shit. That's the point.
You ask a meth head, they'll tell you there's differences.
Well, I don't trust them. So
That's a good point, Kyle.
I mean, you're kind of like,
yeah, asking a meth head for advice is probably not the best idea. But I'd be willing to bet I'm not the only one on this live stream that's tried it.
It's kind of like asking Derek for directions.
Yeah. Asking him to read something to you.
Cheeto, I don't know what those are, buddy. But I'm going to take your word for it.
What's Cheeto talking about? Meth?
I said he just downed a monster with some yellow jackets. I have no idea what yellow jackets are.
Yellow jackets is what I was talking about. Same thing as stackers. But even the new yellow jackets, they're not potent like they used to be. They don't have the Sudafed in them anymore. I think it's just pretty much a caffeine pill now. Which is all I thought yellow jackets were, or stackers were back in the day. Come to find out, no, that was not just caffeine.
That shit that's in Monster and all those energy drinks is so freaking bad for you.
Yeah, that's one addiction I'm glad I never got into. I've drank a Nas or two in my day because I think they taste delicious, but they're too damn expensive. And I don't really get energy from them. I've never drank an energy drink and felt energized, so I just never saw the point. Never understood. But I know people that swear they can't go to work without one. I hear them talking about, man, I can't clock in until I've had 2 monsters.
It's enough to stop a lot of people's hearts.
Right. Like I said, I'm kind of glad they don't work, or they didn't work for me. So I'm sure had I felt some kind of energy rush, I've been buying one every morning, just like those people are.
I haven't had caffeine in, God, it's going on 18 years.
Yeah. My problem with caffeine is I never feel a rush of energy, but then when I go to bed hours later, I can't go to sleep. Like it'll keep me up all night, but I never felt that rush of energy that I think I'm supposed to with it.
I was bad
So
with it before. Before I quit, I was on probably uh, 14 to 16 Mountain Dews a day, at least one large Starbucks venti with an extra shot,
yeah,
and then a couple of regular cups of coffee a day too. And I went from that to cold turkey, and I had migraines for a couple months.
you're
But
not
I
doing your
would
daily Starbucks anymore.
do what?
You're not doing your daily Starbucks anymore.
I get decaf everything now. I haven't had caffeine in, like I said, 18 years. I
Repeat
still
your
love
order.
coffee. I love coffee for the taste. I don't like it for the energy. Um, but yeah, the headaches were horrible coming down off that shit. But it's crazy. Like I used to be able to drink that stuff and go like literally chug a Mountain Dew and go to bed. Like it no big deal. What's
Well,
up,
I
Sierra?
do coffee before bedtime and go to sleep. But if I drink it in the morning, I'll go to sleep that night. I don't even know. Maybe that's unfair to blame it on the caffeine. I have such fucked up sleep patterns anyway. So maybe that's like I said, maybe that's unfair. I really don't know what causes me not to sleep at night. You
Terry,
know,
a lot of it does depends how it's processed. Yeah. I don't get it the same way that like I used to. I mean, like there are trace elements of caffeine and chocolate and other things as well too, but it's to the to the
how tiny
level.
my contact wheels go.
Yep.
Like that's a tiny, tiny one. And supposedly the tooling for this is on its way. This isn't the only two. There's four of them. One of them's entirely too big. But I've got
Cheeto.
this. I've got
Is
this wheel right here. I'm sure you've noticed me grinding off the bottom wheel of my platen, and it's aluminum. But I've got this rubber coated one right here. I'm considering changing it out, so I'll have this rubber one on the bottom for doing a little shaping without having to change the platen out. Make sure it's the same color. That's the exact thing I have. I guess while I'm waiting on that, I could be seeing if I can swap this contact wheel out. I'm sure I'm going to find out the bolt hole or something's wrong because, you know, nothing ever works right for me. But we'll find out.
Let's see. While I'm here, let me.
And at least we know they balanced it, y'all.
Do what?
We know they balanced it. You see the balance hole, the balance
Yeah.
cover? But it's not. This is a solid rubber one, which they say gives you a better finish. I was told it may produce a little more heat. I don't know. If I
Paul, I'm making your invoice right now.
do what, buddy? Hang on, let me get back over here. What'd you say?
I was talking to Paul.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Sierra Rick? How was you like your sheath? I got back to, I finally saw your pictures. That's cool. You like how you like the knife? Paul, do you have a preference as far as how I ship it, or just ship the Terry? The big deal.
What are you shipping to Paul? What's where you got to Paul's?
I just sharpened his knife.
Which one?
That bug out reblade.
Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. So apparently this one don't need the spacer. Wait a minute. I bet it does too. I bet that's what lines it up. No, apparently not. With the spacer, the bolt ain't long enough.
All right, Paul. I got you, buddy.
I'm gonna get this put on and see if it lines up. I'll be ready to start practicing some hollow grinds.
I gotta delete which one of these. I have 3 addresses for Terry, and I gotta delete one of them or 2 of them.
Yeah, I had to message him today to make sure I was shipping to the right one. Well, now that don't work out because with the bushing, it's not enough. Without the bushing, also not enough.
Excuse me. Okay, let's go.
I may need a bushing to go with this. Let me take it back off. I don't think it came with a bushing.
Jesus Christ, they just raised the rates again.
I don't know how it can be thicker.
Shane, Sear, Rick said the Thug's amazing.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate it. I'm very glad you.
Todd, it compared to what he was doing before. No, I did not say that, Terry. Pirate Ship did. The Todd, his new belts are probably 15% more.
Well,
depends
I'm
on
not going to make the price of belts until I get these new ones. These new ones I got were extremely affordable, and Jason Grant swears by them. He says I'm going to have to change them out twice as often, but they cost a quarter of the price. Is it worth it? We'll find out. But even if I buy name brand belts, I mean, of course, there's a price difference, but I really don't know how much longer they last. I mean, I haven't done enough.
Terry, I know, but they were literally like $9 2 months ago. Then they went to like 10 something, 11, and now I just looked and it's $12.10 for a small flat rate through Pirate Ship. That's insane for what it is.
So I'm really not sure what to do here, Kyle.
Hang on 1 second. I'm typing something in and I'll be able to help you out and look at it.
Here. I mean, I know what to do. I just don't know how precise I'm going to have to be. And I don't want to ruin this bushing and make my.
1 second.
I'm not rushing you. Go ahead. I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay.
I'll go back to looking for it. while you do that. It's weird. It's been laying right here. I don't know when I would have moved it.
Terry, depends on the box and whatever. But if I'm using like the flat rates, I don't have the option. But yeah, if I have other boxes, I will. It was funny though. So this box, look how big that. Here, let me fold it to normal size. Here's a small flat rate. Okay. Here's this size box. $12.10, $10.40 for both for priority. So you're just getting a bigger box. What's up, Drizzy? All right, show me what you had, Shane.
All right. So this contact wheel, this 8-inch wheel, the bearing is flush, and it required this bushing. My 12-inch wheel, as you can see, the bearing has about a 1/4-inch shoulder. So when I try to use the same bolt and the same bushing, it's not quite long enough. See the bolt just barely sticking out?
Yeah.
So apparently I'm going to have to machine a bushing that is whatever this shoulder sticking out is, that exact amount. I'll have to make one of these shorter. Because if I get it wrong, my wheel is going to be
right
off to one side. So maybe I'll wait till meat gets here one day, because I don't need any of this right this minute. What I need is that other voice.
Yeah, unless I get the calipers out, you'll be able to.
Yeah, I can do it. I don't have any bushing material at the moment. I'm sure there's some here, and I just don't know where it's at. But move all this scale material. See, I'll put that for us up here. Yeah, there it is. It's 3 tugs left, guys. We got 3 tugs I can rescale. And that batch will be history.
What's up, Drizzy? All right, let's see.
Let me go grab an Allen wrench.
Paul, I forget. Can you get PDFs in? Nope, it won't show up. Hang on, I'll take a picture of it and send it to you. There we go. All right, Paul, you got it now, bud.
All right. You finalizing business with Paul?
Yeah, I just got the thing done, sent to him. These
I've
new
got
ones,
like making that trip to FedEx hinders me so much.
just
And I
under
know
three.
you've been telling me for 3 years to get pirate ship, or at least get a printer
Right.
so you can just print the label and send it to me. And it's becoming more and more apparent that I need to do that, because they're not even on a day when well, let's just say when I'm having a bad day, I can still ship from home.
What's up, Jim?
Jim who?
Cox.
Oh, whatever happened to Jim Miller?
He quit hanging around us.
Yeah, I think he's over. I think I see him over in Bees.
Yeah, I saw him somewhere not long ago, and he was not real thrilled to see me, I would say.
I don't think he cared for our smart ass attitudes, which is understandable.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I
mean, if he wants happy go lucky, hooty hoo, roddy rah all the time, Bees is the place for him. And that is not me being a smart ass. I actually like Brian. It's not my tea.
I need to talk to you, Jim, about something. So if you remember before I do, shoot me a message. I got a question, technical question on something that you're skilled in that I'm not.
Kyle just admit he's not skilled in something?
Absolutely.
Holy shit.
Dude, there's only certain things that I'm cool
I was
with.
kidding.
I very well admit
I appreciate
when
it when you get into something, you get into it neck deep.
Yeah, I don't like to half-ass shit.
Right. I mean, in all honesty, if I had had that same mindset when I started making knives, I think I would have progressed sooner than I did. I don't know if you were here the other night, dude. This is by far, there's been no finishing belt on this. This is up to 220. This is by far my finest grind yet. Like the prettiest grind I've done ever. And all I had to do was listen to Kyle
Imagine
and
that.
do the belt position correctly.
You'll let me get
I'll
over
learn
here.
one of these days in the class.
Shano, I'm gonna share a picture and I want you to look at this. That is stunning.
I don't know if I'll be able to see it. I should have done when I got my glasses. Can you share it on your own?
No, I don't have access to that. You have to click the OK button for sharing. Down at the bottom.
Add to stage. It's not at the bottom. It's
Okay.
different.
See that picture?
No, it looks like, honestly, to me right now, it looks like somebody standing on top of the Sierra Nevadas taking a picture of the valley below.
Great expanse.
Huh?
I said just this great expanse is over these rocks and out into the valley. That is where Josh Worth is sitting listening to us right now. Stream.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Well, Josh, since you're here, buddy, I want to publicly apologize. My laser guy is taking way too long, but he promised me I could pick your knife up tomorrow, and as soon as I get it, it's going straight to Kyle. It never should have took this long, but I don't have any excuses other than the guy's not super dependable. But again, that's my fault because I knew that to begin with. There's just, I really thought it would be faster than driving it all the way to Huntsville. Now that I know, I probably should have just drove it all the way to Huntsville. Before somebody makes a call to OSHA, yes, I do have to reach around this saw to turn it on, but there is zero chance of me hitting the cutting surface. Just facing the opposite direction. I know it looks shady as fuck when I do it. Does it look as shady on y'all's end as it does mine?
Oh yeah.
Literally, the teeth are pointing opposite direction. It's not going to get me.
It looked like you're about to take a 1/4 inch off your nose.
Yeah. Yeah. It feels a little shady, but it's meathead approved anyway, if that tells you anything.
Yeah, but he also wanted to send those scales through the planer.
That is a good point, Cole. Yeah, not forgetting we were out there working on that forklift they gave him because he rolled it off the side of the mountain.
Right.
He's not the safest employee on the roster, that's for sure. But that son bitch gets it done. He gets work done, by God. He worked 12 hours a day. Came out here and did another 4 hours of laying sod. We looked too. We couldn't find a Mexican nowhere near us. So I promise you, if we had, we'd have paid him. Paid him well. So now this piece, because it's all gray and white, I'm going to do a red spacer and a red liner to try to get some of the board as fuck out of that thing. Sorry about the noise. Y'all still there?
Yep.
You still finding a way to make fun of me?
Nope. Let
That's
you
pretty
do your
good.
thing. I'll let you do your thing.
So Meathead never gave you the address? I know you asked him for it.
If he did, I didn't write it down.
Oh, that shows how much you care, Kyle.
Well, usually when he sends me messages just to talk shit, so.
Yeah, he told me he sends you, drops you a shit talking message every now and then. Ooh, I cut that one too close.
Paul, you still here, buddy?
Who?
I was asking if Paul Mills was still in here.
Oh. Trying to make sure I work out that factory edge so I know it's flush.
Hey.
Yeah.
This is the package that Paul shipped this knife in, and I thought about putting a surcharge on his invoice because the patch it's on here.
What patch is it? I can't see it.
You can't read that?
Well, the phone's a good bit away from me. Something all day.
Pinch grip. It's one of Tri-State's patches.
Oh, isn't
it?
Pinch grip all day. Let's not have any Tri-State now, Kyle.
There you go, Paul.
Cole's entertaining as hell.
I didn't say he wasn't entertaining.
He's just full of shit.
That too. She's sharp, buddy. It's all right, Paul. I'm just giving you a hard time, buddy.
All right, let me get these cut out right quick.
That was cutting swirlies and paper towels. Yes. Yeah, Terry. It's a sharp son of a gun.
Oh, Terry, I forgot to tell you. Because I shipped you stuff today that I'd planned to ship Kyle, it kind of slipped my mind that none of it has been sharpened. So the knives you're getting from me, you're gonna have to sharpen yourself. Sorry.
Oh, you mean his own knives, personal knives?
Terry,
Yeah, you don't have to sharpen the ones that are coming to me, the good people.
no, just his personal property. I didn't sharpen either one of them.
Sierra, Cheetah wasn't here earlier. You must have missed him. And Paul, I love Brian, but yeah, this is 100% sharper than factory edge. Brian's doing amazing work, and he does a good job, but that's not his priority. So his geometry is what makes that, though.
I don't know if y'all are paying any attention, but that cut was legit tougher than cutting a piece of fucking crewware. That was on a metal blade on a bandsaw. And it really struggled to get through. It's like I was pushing till my damn thumbs hurt.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's just tough, man. It's just fucking hard.
Terry, that was also at 9. Terry, that was 19 degrees too. That wasn't something crazy low. No, Todd, he's got a well, when he comes off the belts, they're so thin behind the edge that, I mean, he usually anywhere between 5 and 8 thou. So when he takes them over, he's got a TS Prof he just uses, but they're so thin that it doesn't take him a whole lot to get him started. Terry, he could probably do that, or split an atom. Yeah, at that high of an edge angle, that's probably the sharpest knife I've ever laid down.
Carl, Jessica had a ball game tonight.
Yeah.
They went an hour and a half out of town to play some high school on their senior night. And she ruined it for them. Fucking 8th grader.
Yeah.
Senior night. Embarrassed them.
Hit a dinger?
I don't think she hit a dinger tonight. They got fucked up, actually. I give her a hard time here a while back about not hitting enough home runs. And I think she's been trying a little hard. Her batting average had gone down a little bit. Just trying to go yard on everything.
She's still probably over 400.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure her coach had some disparaging words to say about me.
Oh, well.
He'll get over it. I still didn't cut that piece of G10 long enough. Second one.
Yeah, Todd, it's crazy how thin they are, man.
I think it's throwing me off because it's at an angle. It's longer than it looks.
Paul, before you were here, I was talking about it. It was a pleasure to work with. It even after the first stone, it was when I was deburring, it was just popping off wires left and right. It was very, very nice. It's always a joy to work on his stuff. It's really good. Oh, good night, Terry. Better get some sleep.
So that was G10, and it was way easier to grind.
Todd, this stuff is so thin, even if it was slightly dull, it would still cut pretty well.
Way easier to cut and way easier to grind. I'm sorry. Do not take this as a tutorial, by the way. I can tell you, this is absolutely not the way you do segmented scales.
It's the way you do them if that's what you got.
Yeah, this is just what I'm working with, but it's not ideal by any means. And that's why there's no chance of them being perfectly symmetrical.
Todd, here you go.
You can't turn 3 pieces into 1 piece perfectly. There's my hands.
know if you can see that or not. That's a 19 degree edge. That's how thin that bevel is on that. It's a super, super thin knife.
Brian's grind.
Yeah. My camera does not like to focus up close.
I'm really hoping I can get down to about 5,000 here on out now that I can slow down. I've hit it before, but it's really hard to do that consistently with a grinder moving that fast. But now when I drop down to the 150 and 220 grit belt, I can slow it down enough to remove all the scratches. And oh, I brought my mister with me tonight. I've got to get me head on it.
Paul, I would say it's 8 at the thickest part. There are some parts that are definitely thinner than 8. I'm debating if I want to do another one while we're sitting here or not.
I'm going to be here a while. Viewership is not at the top of my concern tonight. Even if everybody leaves, I got work to do.
I think you held one of these, did you not? I didn't realize how big this knife was. The Chapman Lake.
Yeah, I was one of the first in the community to hold one of those knives. I discovered them at Nashville Custom Knife Show, and
Right.
like an idiot, I hooked them up with Jared Neve instead of promoting them myself.
It's crazy though. I didn't realize how big this knife was. I mean, that's a big. It's a big boy.
It's a big knife. Very, very well done, big knife. Even if it's not your thing, and if it's not, I get it. It's not.
I'm not a button lock fan, but I will say this is probably the nicest button lock I've tried.
I don't know how it could be any nicer than my Freeman. I know everybody's just going to assume I'm pushing that shit because it's U.S. made, but I've never been as happy with a knife. That just worked out perfectly for me.
Well, you know how most button locks are spongy. This is not spongy at all.
Right.
I dig it. I mean, it's not my favorite shape or design, but it's still pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Todd, they had talked about it. And then I don't know what happened there, but
Talk about what?
Kevin had talked to Chapman Lake about trying to do OEM work for him.
Not enough profit margin.
I just said I didn't know what happened.
I know. I'm just saying. That's why. And that's not a. I mean, it's just the truth. It's not being disrespectful or bad mouthing anybody. It's just the truth. It's the reason why he hasn't found anybody to make his knives. If he wanted to make $30 a knife, he could have easily found somebody to do it by now.
See, Rick, I don't know if it's a compliment or a jab, but thank you either way. He just said, Kyle, you gave a compliment. Holy crap. There's a lot of things I like. There are just more things I dislike.
Kyle's just very aware of what he wants when he spends his money. Absolutely nothing wrong with that.
I've spent a lot and handled a lot of knives, and I know what I like and dislike. I didn't know that this knife existed. Well, because I don't pay attention to backlocks. They made a Rex 45 and that little native backlock.
Yeah.
pretty cool little knife, though. Where's Javon when you need him? I'm going to sharpen a black coated blade and not get shit all over it.
Tape it up.
I don't need to tape it up.
John does.
Yeah. I know, Jim. I know, Sierra, but guys, I know I'm probably more curmudgeon-y than a decent amount of people, but I'm picky and I try to help others not make the same mistakes that I've made along the way in collecting.
You are picky, Kyle, but I will say I've always felt like you were at the very least fair. Like you didn't just bash something just because it wasn't your style.
Right. Yeah,
well
there's things.
Well done.
Yeah, there are things that I might not like, but if I think it's well made, I'm gonna say it's well made. You know, like I'm trying to think of an example. Okay.
I haven't had a Devo I didn't think was well made.
I got 2 of these in today to sharpen. Have you seen the Blaurock's chain?
From who?
The Blaurock is a company. They're out of Germany, or custom maker or batch maker. Whatever. They do CNC stuff. You might like them. Here, there's one of them.
Hang on, let me get the camera closer. Oh yeah,
And see the blade. It's that CNC step milling.
Yeah, the handle kind of reminds me of a Lamia.
So, like, this knife is really cool, but it's not for me. I mean, it's very well made. I like the milling on it.
It's not cool enough for you, Kyle.
No, I love the milling on the handle. I love the milling on the blade. I think it's done. The blade shape's great. The handles, its ergonomics fit well. But the one thing I hate is the way they did this flipper tab. See that flipper tab?
Yeah, it looks a little difficult to get to me.
Well, you can get it, but the thing is, if you don't hit it right, then your finger gets stuck in that little gap. See, like that, it pushes it back out. So you have to get it from very far forward. You get it out of there. If it had zero flipper and it was just reverse flick, this knife would be phenomenal.
I'll say this: the detent on my Freeman is what most people would consider a little soft. It works perfectly for the middle finger flick because that blade's so big and heavy. If the detent was any heavier, it would suck for me anyway. But on the flipper tab, like a lot of knives, you have to mean it when you flip it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If you half-ass it, it's gonna fail. But I don't consider that a failure in a knife. I mean, if they had tuned the detent to work better on the flipper, I think I'm mad about it. Out here and get my glasses so I can quit squinting.
I appreciate that, Jim.
Oh, there, Kyle.
Yeah, there you go.
That look familiar?
Yep. I'm not everyone's cup of tea, Jim, and that's okay, but I try to keep people honest.
It is weird, though, how when you start to, especially in this community, if you critique anything with any negativity, doesn't matter how you word it, people just assume you hate the name, you hate the maker,
yep,
you hate the country it came from. It's just weird how it snowballs and people start to think you're somebody you're not.
Cheeto, I have not, and I will say probably, I can't promise, but probably never will own a Maxima. But thank
On a
you,
what?
Maxima.
What's a Maxima? Oh, Nissan?
Yeah,
Hey, those were great cars back in the day.
no. For some reason, he thinks I'm a Maxima type of guy.
Oh. Probably because you don't wear socks.
No, that was more of my BMW phase.
Yeah, good point. All right.
Most people wearing
Talk
Maxima.
while I go grind these down.
All right.
Because I'm not going to be able to hear.
Yeah, Jim, there are a lot of fake positivities and hyping shit up in this community, unfortunately. I never rolled a Maxima. A Celica, I got T-boned in and totaled. Jim, I've had a couple. 335 X M Sport, 328X. What was the other one? The 535, I think. I've had three. E21s are cool.
I know
my buddy just got an E92, a mint E92.
Meathead loves Nissan Maximas. Because, something about people here in the South, Kyle, you can tell somebody, hey man, you need a $400 timing belt today, or it's going to cost you a $2,000 engine. And 2 weeks later, they'll put a fucking $2,000 engine. They will not change timing belts, and they just won't do it.
Why?
I don't know. People in the South aren't great on vehicle maintenance anyway. But Mayhead could change you remember the kind of the rounded body Maxima? I'm guessing 01, 02. Mayhead could put an engine, take the old engine out, put a new one in, crank it up, and drive it out of the shop in 3 hours. And it paid him $400. Paid me $400 for watching him do it because he worked on flat rate at my shop. So I made 4 and he made 4 in 3 hours.
Tough to beat.
What's even crazier, Kyle, is they just snapped the timing belt and they're having to spend $3,000 to put an engine in it. And you tell them, hey man, this is a used engine. You want to spend an extra $150 and let us throw a timing belt in it before we install it? Nah.
Wait, well, it's already there and out.
Yeah, not one customer ever spent the extra money to let us put a new timing belt in a junkyard motor.
That's crazy. You know, that Accord has new timing belt, water pump, and all that within the last like 500 miles.
Yeah, you told me that. I'm proud of that.
Jim, that's cool. You know what I would like to, what my buddy who also has the E92 just got a, remember the 2002s? Little square bodies. He's got one of those that was all worked up. Pretty sweet. Those are fun cars. Still, probably the biggest sleeper was early 2000s, like 01, 03, somewhere in that range. the clown shoe, the Z coupe, and people would soup those things up. Those would outrun vets back in the day. They were ugly. They were cool ugly though.
Which car are you talking about?
The like 01 to 03 BMW Z coupes. Looks like a clown shoe.
Oh yeah, the Z coupe.
Yeah.
Say it right. The BMW Z. I don't think that belt's gonna work, man. I think it's so aggressive. It's trying to fucking break it instead of grind it. That's gnarly shit. Swap it out.
Yes, Aaron. That was way back in the days. Back when the lives actually were good and were popping.
The problem you saying that they don't run a vet. The vets were pretty needed at that point in time too, though. By God, they ain't now.
It could have been Paul. I'm not sure either. Oh, Sierra, I didn't know you were a little Birkenstock wearing guy. You and your little Subi. That is freaking hilarious. I can't highlight it. But those 4 words together are phenomenal, Sierra. Jim Cox Outback. Jim, all-wheel drive is where it's at. It's fun, man, especially with any bit of power. I mean, rear wheels ideal because you can do what you want with it, but all wheels fun for dailies. Todd, I don't know how similar that is because I never mess with those, but the 1.8 T's, the 1.8 turbos, and the 2.0 turbos that were on the Volkswagens were some bulletproof, phenomenal engines that were good bases for making some power too.
Let me ask you, Kyle. I could have replaced all that scale material for about $50. Now you think about the amount of time I've spent trying to fix these.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be as cool looking.
You're exactly right. If I had replaced it, they'd still be boring as shit.
Yep. R32s are great, Jim. I had a buddy who was big into old Volkswagens. He had two. He had one late 80s and one early 90s Scirocco's. And then he also had an old, oh God, what was that? What was the, oh, wait a minute. Sure. Come on.
Yo,
What up, dude?
what's going on, man?
How you doing, buddy?
Today was great. The afternoon pissed me off on some other stuff, but otherwise doing real good, man.
Good. Well, hey, I don't mean to throw you to the wolves, but I was waiting for Shane to come back. I need to run. I got to let the dog out real quick. So
Yeah.
if you don't mind. Yes, Jim, Corrado. Thank you. I was having a brain fart. Yeah, he had the VR6 Corrado. All right, I'll be right back.
Sounds good. What's going on, folks? I saw Shane was just grinding, and Kyle was kind of talking with you guys one-on-one. So I figured I would hop in and give him a little bit of backup, ease my frustrations from the evening time, and say what's up to you wonderful people. Always can turn to the community to perk up my mood a little bit. So hopefully you guys are doing well. What up, Todd Carr? What up, Neil? What up, Sarah? How you guys doing? Check it out. You guys are going to get a little preview of something. What up, Shane?
What up, Sharif?
How you doing, brother?
I got something to grind right fast, and I'll sit down and listen to what you're doing.
Check that out, you guys. Ooh. I'll show you guys. Well, you'll see more if you follow my Instagram. But I am very excited for this guy. Finally arrived. Was in USPS hell, actually. It took 11 days to ship from Virginia because it got stuck in one distribution center for 3 days, and then it got bounced to Houston and then back to California. It was a headache, man. Real headache. What up,
Sure,
Tom?
how you got in here. But then I remember I'm on Stevie's StreamYard.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I texted Kyle, but I think he was so involved with chat that he didn't see my message. So I just figured I'd hop in and sent a private chat to him and said, hey, man, you want some backup, want some company?
Oh, you're absolutely welcome anytime you want to jump in, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. How you doing, Shane?
Yeah, Dylan Mallory sent me some G Carta.
Oh.
And I fucked it up. And I was about to scrap it, and I thought, I wonder what would happen if I tried to do segmented scales out of what's left of it.
That's great pivot, dude. Great way to turn a frustration into something that works.
I'll be honest. This stuff was boring as shit looking by itself.
Nice, dude.
I think it looks pretty nice. They're not perfect as far as lining up, but my equipment I'm just not capable of it.
Yeah.
Making it absolutely perfect, but they look good.
They look really good.
Share? Did you say you had something to share or something to show?
Oh, well, I showed it briefly, but if you look at the screen, you can see it now.
All right, let me go back over here. Hang on. What is it?
New lasered scales, different than the ones that I posted earlier today. On my Aurelia.
That's the Aurelia?
Yeah, dude.
Holy shit, dude. Hell yeah.
Wild?
Did you have that done to your personal knife, or is that something they're going to be able to do production?
No, this is done to my personal knife by the dude Cap City Creations out of Virginia.
That still gives people a whole new reason to buy it.
Right? Dude, did you see the other one?
No.
Oh,
I haven't seen any of this.
Okay, if you thought that one was nice, check this one out.
Damn it, man.
Yeah, dude. And then look at the freaking
Now,
lock
I'm
side.
not a big Bama Steel guy, Sharif. But if I wanted a plain Jane, if I purchased a plain Jane and then had Cap City do that, what would that run me?
So both of these were like in the $265, $275 range.
For the work?
Yeah, for the work.
And then the knife is a base Aurelius. How much?
$280, but the next ones are gonna go up a little bit to like $295.
That's understandable. So a little over $5. Dude,
Yeah.
you can't buy anything near that customer that nice for that kind of money.
Dude, it's ridiculous. And
Yeah.
this was done by Valley Blade Works up in Washington.
I think that's who Mills was doing his, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Valley Blades Works doing some lasering.
Dude,
That's
his work is phenomenal. This one was deep etched.
Yeah.
And so it's like probably about a mil, like 1 millimeter deep, which is incredibly deep for laser work.
Right.
And
Yeah, absolutely it is.
he was telling me it took about 4 to 5 hours per scale.
Yeah, my laser guy has been a huge speed bump in my production.
Oh, really?
I've got a guy I know that can do it while I wait. I can have it done same day, but
Yes.
he's kind of expensive, and I got to drive 4 hours round trip to get it done.
Oh, wow.
I mean, get to a point that this is the thing. I could probably get the stuff to put my logo on a blade. We discussed it earlier. But like Josh requested some custom laser work. You know, if I ever did get the stuff to do my own logos, I still wouldn't be able to do anything custom.
Yeah.
So I don't know what route I need to take, but I just really need for that guy to be more dependable. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Isn't that the issue though? Is like you can find people who can do the work for you, a lot of times, but getting them to be dependable and consistent.
Damn near impossible.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
Well, the thing is, what you have to remember is nobody's going to care as much about your product as you do.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly. But that's the thing. You got to find people who really give a shit about their product. And those are the people that you'll be able to rely on,
Yeah. Well, this guy's a tattoo artist.
Mm-hmm.
So work ethic is typically never a strong point in tattoo artists.
Mm.
Most of them have never had a real job, so they don't know what it's like.
Yeah.
And everything he does really well most of the time. But I just can't get him to understand that people are waiting. Some of those people have paid and are waiting.
Yeah.
That's even more than
have you looked at like potentially doing like electro etching for your logo?
I have, and that was what I was getting at. I can do that.
Uh-huh.
And I'd buy the stuff Friday. But like I said, I won't be able to do any custom work. I'd have to get, you got to get those little vinyl patterns. Somebody's got to make those for you.
Yeah.
It's not super expensive, but again, I'm sitting around waiting on somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's always the headache. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's the thing that like I was talking about with Joe recently, because we were having I was working on a new like notebook idea, but I'm kind of, the more I spend working on the idea, the less I think I'm going to do what I was originally planning to do, which was this guy.
Right.
Just basically like a pocket slip for a notebook with like a pen loop. That guy, here you go. You can see it now.
You know, I always thought those things were kind of it's just one of those things that EDC guys buy just because they're looking for something new to buy.
It's a little bit of that. As somebody who uses notebooks.
Colin Penny got together and made me one for my birthday.
Uh-huh.
And I fucking love that thing, man. Especially somebody as unorganized as me.
Yeah.
It's really been a huge, huge help to me.
Yeah, that's the thing for me, right?
It takes up my whole pocket, but I don't care. You know, I just won't put anything else in that pocket. It's fine.
Yeah.
But I've been really enjoying it. And the fact that, you know, those two got together and thought of me and made it happen.
Yeah.
Really made me feel good. My family's not, they're just not big on, they celebrate kids, but we've never really celebrated adults that much. You know, birthdays, Christmas. You're probably not going to get anything, what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
So when I get something from the guys in the knife community, regardless of what it is, what it costs, any of that, it always means a lot to me because I'm not used to getting stuff like that.
Same. You know, for in my family, it was more like the more adult you get, the less you get, you know?
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're all nice that you don't have to buy for everybody too.
Yes.
That's my favorite part of the holidays.
Man, I don't know. For me, like going around and dealing with all the consumerism and all of that stuff, that always stressed me out. I love the idea of giving gifts to people, you know, like surprising them, getting something they're excited about, you know. But dealing with the malls and the people and the lines and
I've been doing this. This is the last one of these I have to do. I'm guessing I've been at this 2 hours. I definitely could have just bought some scale material and saved myself time and money.
Dude, but that blade shape was looking nice, man.
That's the forest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Dylan bought the scale material.
Nice.
And then I ruined it. I ruined it by I drilled a pass-through hole for the epoxy.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I was down with my foot for so long. When I came back to it, I had gotten the equipment to be able to do hardware. So I decided I was going to do hardware on his knife. So I drilled the top 2 holes, put hardware in it, left the bottom hole as a lanyard. That knife was never supposed to have a lanyard. Again, 100% my fault. I didn't go back and look at the original design. And that center hole that I drilled for the epoxy pass through, I never bothered centering it because you were never supposed to see it. It was just for epoxy to pass through. So when I got the hardware in it, one of the screws was like an 1/8 inch off center.
Oh, that's frustrating.
And it wasn't what Dylan had designed. And who am I to change Dylan Mallory's design? So I took those pieces and cut them down and put a spacer, color coordinated spacer in there and did desert ironwood on the back. And I'm absolutely in love with desert ironwood, dude.
Oh, desert ironwood.
So nice. And yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful wood, actually.
Yeah, I can cut a piece of crewware, not hardened, but a piece of annealed crewware on my bandsaw faster than I can cut that ironwood.
No shit, really.
It's that hard. It's just, it's insanely hard stuff.
I guess that's where the name ironwood comes from then.
Yeah, it makes sense when you go to cutting it, for sure.
Yeah, I never knew that was why it was called ironwood.
Yeah. It's stupid hard. But
Dang.
I did it, and it's over. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but Dylan sent me some special scale material for Maddie's. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Mayhead's got it hidden over here. He didn't want it laying around. For just anybody to be able to stumble across it. To be honest with you, I'm not sure where it's at. I know it's in here somewhere. But I don't think I've ever even showed it.
Cliff, not at all, man, dude. These are the homies, man.
What's up?
These are absolutely. What's going on, Kyle?
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Better
Kyle,
now.
have you been here the whole time?
Do what?
No, he had to go let the dog out.
Oh, no, I didn't know. I was wondering why he was so quiet. Oh, there it is. Hang on, Sharif. What do you see this? This is Maddie's skill material for his forest.
Oh, nice.
You know what that is, right?
Some mammoth molar, huh?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
You want to ask me how nervous I am?
Oh, dude, I can imagine.
I'm a nervous damn wreck. Here's the other piece for the fifth
Oh,
forest.
shit, that's pretty.
Bookmark.
Nice.
And this is so thin, like there's no room for error. On Maddie's, they're a little thicker. I've got a little bit of room for error. On those white ones, I do not. But I wanted to do these three first and really be in the groove. You know what I mean? Before I started
Yeah.
trying to grind some mammoth molar.
It's like working out. You gotta warm up a little bit before you go.
Yeah, you don't just walk in and squat 1,000 pounds.
Yep. Dude, even with drawing, man, like I'll spend half an hour plus just doodling, sketching just to warm up the wrist before I start actually designing anything. You know?
Well, Joe Isabella gave me this piece of stuff, and I've got to find out what this is because I want some more of it.
What the heck is that?
I don't know, dude. It's gorgeous, though. And when the light shines through it, this green, the light comes through it. It's a little translucent.
It almost looks like petrified cactus.
Yeah, it does. You're right. It may be. But my plan, I'm doing Cheeto a very special trick. And since I've only got one piece of this, I'm going to use this for the scale. I hope he's not in here. I wasn't going to say anything to him.
He is, but it's all good.
Look, this is the scale material for Cheeto's first Trucic. If I can make it without fucking it up.
Cheeto is a very special prick.
Yeah.
Dude, that translucent stuff that you just showed, the green, that would be really dope if you had like a liner that glowed. So like you could hit it with a flashlight and then you could see the glow come through it.
Yeah. Well, actually, I could get a piece from Mike Navarro. It'd be here before I even got ready to start on the trick. Glad you said that. I'll get some green glow. But here's Cheeto's Trooper, right?
Nice.
All right, let me show you what I did. Pay real close attention to this front area. You ready? And the bad thing is, it wasn't an accident. It was, again, I had been away from the knife for so long. Yeah. And then when I went back to work on it, I just started grinding and doing shit that, I thought would make it look better. I never even referred back to Cheeto's art or his design and turned it into a clip point, which it totally is not supposed to be. Now, will this still make a really cool double-edged knife?
Yeah.
Absolutely. But once I grind this and you got that zero, yeah, it'll be a bad little bitch. But it's not what Cheeto wanted.
Dude, if Cheeto doesn't want that one, I'll take it.
I got you. Well, I'm going to finish it up nice. I got
imagine that.
What happened?
Huh?
What'd you say? I'm missing that.
I said Sharif's Captain Clip Point, so that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to hang out with it, guys. I just realized I got myself over here at midnight, and I have had a dip. I don't know if my nerves are going to allow me to work without nicotine.
Oh well,
Maybe
Cheeto said he wanted that one anyways, the clip point. So
he does not want to quit it. The deal was with Cheeto's design was I was going to make him the same offer I've made everybody. You know, I'll make 5 of them, we'll sell them, do a little profit share, and Cheeto, you know, I told Cheeto, you help promote it and all that. And he's like, I'll do that, but all I really want's one. You know, I just want you to give me one of them.
yeah,
I don't care about the money, but
Cheeto's a good dude like that, man.
he is. He's an awesome guy and an asshole at the same time. Oh, we're in luck, guys. I had nicotine gum in the car.
Nice.
I was already starting to feel a little edgy.
Oh, dude, yeah, get me without nicotine, and I turn into the freaking Hulk, man.
Oh, Cheeto did say he wanted that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We'll figure that out when we get to it. But the point is, it's not a Trusha. So
Yeah, it's something different.
But luckily, I have extra S90V here. So
Nice.
the fact that there can still be 5 Trushas is what I was getting at.
Yeah.
That's why they call me Sweet Cheeks. I've never seen anybody get as much joy from another man's stress as Cheeto does, man. He fucking loves it.
Cheeto's good like that, man.
Yep.
Dude, Kyle, you weren't here earlier, but check this out.
Oh, that turned out great.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Finally came, and then I don't know if you saw this one.
That one was Cap City, right?
Yeah, that one was Cap City, and then this is Valley Blade Works.
Nice. That looks stunning.
Yeah, dude.
I'm not a big floral person, but like that turned out freaking phenomenal.
Yeah, man. I gotta shout out both of these guys. Like their work, their communication, everything was just exceptional. So I am convinced that the future is laser engraving and not micro milling.
I think depending upon, because I've gone down the rabbit hole of looking at desktop CNCs lately.
Yeah.
And what I've come to find is for anything that I would be significantly happy doing, it's way in my budget. That's But so what I was even looking at some of the laser options, and if you get into like the MOPAs and the 100 watts, you can start doing some pretty cool deep engraving. But until you get in that range, like the basic ones and a basic fiber aren't going to cut it. Like it's just not enough. And like you can do some cool shit. You can still do some annealing and some other shit, but just not enough to the point where
you can't penetrate.
Right, and the investment doesn't make worthwhile. But the cool thing is you start getting into, I saw one I'm going to share with Matt, that it had a UV and a, I want to say it was a 200 watt MOPA that, and it was under 10 grand.
Okay. Wow.
But it would cut up to 5 millimeter steel, mild steel, titanium, aluminum, any of that stuff, in one pass. In one pass.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, lasers are going to be the future in that for sure.
And the accuracy of it,
way faster, way more accurate. I don't know if y'all can see this, Kyle, but that's a 2x72 leather strop belt.
Nice.
But the accuracy on it, was crazy. They were making coins on it, Sharif, but they were doing the reverse engraving or reverse lasering, so where it was like actually make it look 3D effect where it was engraving, but the what was inside was popping out,
Oh wow.
and it looked cleaner than like what you'd see on any quarter dime. I mean, it was super
Yeah.
super sharp.
Well, dude, have you ever seen the work by Limitless Engraver on Instagram?
I don't think so.
I don't know what he uses.
How much time there is floating around on Instagram?
Dude, this guy, I don't know what he uses. Like I know Valley Blade Works actually uses, or at least based on what I've been told. I haven't asked him.
I think he's got 60.
He uses a 60-watt engraver. Limitless does stuff like this. This style.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about. That he was doing that, but it was even more intricate and detailed than that. It was freaking,
Which is insane.
Yeah.
It's actually insane to do higher level detail than that, you know?
I mean, because it was like, okay, so think of it. He was doing like almost like Spartan-esque style of the engraving, but like the inside of, so like it'd be something like that where that crack is at, right?
Yeah.
But the engraving was a little bit deeper than that, and it was to the point where like even like the sides of that where that wheel was,
Yeah.
was having engraving and letters written on them and stuff.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was almost microscopic. It was crazy.
Dude. That's sick, man. I'm like I've been following guys like this for a while, and I've been really, really interested in seeing like all, because like, dude, the thing that gets me with all of this stuff is like, how are they doing the 3-dimensionality, you know, using the laser? How are they programming that? Like this, right? Like you can see that the hat is rounded, that the tentacles are rounded, you know, they're not just like 2-dimensional flat, you know, on like
So the software that a lot of those use, they're using like, there's a ton of different software that they're using, like Blender, the Easel, and some of those now have actual programs or plugins for AI renderings. So you can take an option of whatever you want, do a 3D rendering of it, and be able to pull it out in like an STL file.
That's pretty incredible, actually.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. Yeah. See,
my little strap belt.
If you're happy with it, I'm happy with it.
In case y'all don't know, when you get that upgraded edge from Benchmade, what's it called? The True Sharp Edge or whatever. That's all it is. They're literally on a 2x72, the leather belt, doing a power strap. That's what their upgraded edge is.
really?
Yeah.
And it's whoever the new guy in the factory is.
Right.
Like three quarters of the edge bevel. It's not polished. I'm not saying it's a high polish, but it's polished more than the rest of it. They're just stropping it on a belt. That's cool.
That is funny.
They charge more for it. It literally takes, well, y'all just saw me do it. What did it take? 30 seconds?
Yeah. I mean,
I want
hey,
to put it in scale material a little bit. I want to see what it looks like on the inside.
for your average consumer, they don't really know the difference. They just get their knife and it starts slicing better than it did before. So they're happy. You know what I mean? It's only enthusiasts and collectors that have strong opinions on that stuff.
I was hitting my monitor with my arm of my TS Prof. I'm like, what's that bumping noise? I'm like, oh.
That's funny. Oh man, Dude, so Kyle, how are you liking the superlative?
It's gorgeous. I was so two things that shocked me by it.
Yeah.
One, I didn't realize it was that big, which it was a pleasant surprise.
Okay.
And two, I didn't realize how much milling was on it. I knew that they had some, but I didn't realize there was that much on the handle.
Yeah.
It's a cool piece, man. I really dig it. I really dig it.
I am glad because I felt bad because that thing had been basically just sitting in my drawer with other knives of that style, like the 0640 and stuff like that, and just hadn't been getting pocket time, you know. So
Right.
I'm glad it went to somebody who would appreciate it and enjoy it a little bit more than it was being enjoyed in my my drawer, essentially. You know.
Well, you're going to still got to let me know what we're doing for that.
Yeah. I'm like I said, I'll probably work. I mean, I've got like a couple of fixed blades and stuff like that I can send you for sharpening, and
That's fine. I just don't want it to slip through the cracks. I wanted to.
Yeah. I'm generally, when it comes to stuff like that, I'm generally not the type that I keep score, you know.
I know, but I don't like have anything outstanding, so I always try to.
Heck yeah. Yeah, Sierra, it's no big deal. It was just a little dust up this afternoon. So
Who's there a dust up with?
What's up?
Who's there a dust up with? Somebody's asking me whip.
Oh no, nothing worth getting into right now. But
Okay.
yeah.
I didn't know about that. Sorry, man.
Oh no, it's all good. It had nothing to do with the community. It's more of a personal life thing, you know.
So it wasn't over thumb studs.
No, God no. Oh man, it's so funny too because I can't remember if it was like a Pena or some other big maker who had like similar thumb studs on their knife recently, and I was just like, huh, I wonder if he got a message, claiming that he stole the idea, or stole the extensively designed thumb studs.
Yeah, I mean, how many does that company offer? It's not like you're gonna have. I mean, whatever.
You're right, exactly.
Just
like that's the end of the day issue. And hey, I get it. You put in the time and effort to design something. You want to kind of protect your limited IP in this space, But
you shouldn't be mad at you should be mad at the company for offering it. That's the issue.
Yes, exactly.
Kyle, I'm having the same issue with my rubber contact wheel. The metal one takes a bushing, and the bushing won't work with this rubber wheel, but it won't work without one. So I got to get a longer bolt and a thinner bushing to be able to use this. That figures.
No, Tygar, it was not about clip points.
Shane.
Yeah.
Do I have any scratches on there?
Probably.
Yeah, there ain't no scratches on that, and there's no tape. Devon, where you at?
Is that a native or is that?
Yeah, that's a Blockback native and Rex 45.
Ooh, nice.
That came in.
Love my natives, man. I'm a big fan of the platform.
I don't like lockbacks, but I didn't realize they did one in Rex 45.
Dude, and those are hard to find. And hard to find at a good price. Like even used, they're all selling for like $230 and up.
Well, this one had a kind of a broken tip, booger tip. I mean, this is a user. You can see on the handles. There's some pretty good wear on there.
Oh, yeah.
Why does my camera not like to focus up close?
No camera does. It usually takes a good few seconds.
Yeah, I got a big batch of knives in today that I've been trying to start cranking out.
Have you whatchamacallit, perfected the native close where you just
I ain't messing with that. I don't like lockbacks. I will cut myself, especially now that I sharpened it. I'm not messing with that. Here you go, Shree. You'll like this. These two came in today.
Oh yes, I do love me a Blaurock.
I was having this conversation earlier with Shane and some of the people in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I love quality made things, and I will give them the credit when they're due.
Yeah,
The Blaurock is phenomenally made, but that flipper tab is a fatal flaw. I hate it. Like to the point where I would not buy the knife solely because of that.
I tell you what,
they just left it off, the knife would be perfect.
Yeah, I agree. Hold on one sec. Let me grab something. So
it's so well built.
Yeah, I've got the small one, and like for me on the small one, I can do it if I really like light switch it. You know,
you have to get really close to the front.
Yeah, for me, but I really don't rely on using that technique. Especially since there is such a generous like opening.
I know, but it's the blade that's there. Like, don't put it there at all.
Yeah. Or the bigger one is even worse.
This guy?
Yeah, like the full size, it's even worse to try and actuate that.
Because it just hits your freaking finger.
Yeah.
So you have to get way up forward and get behind it, but it's a pain in the ass. It's like, just don't even put it there. Like you ruined it by putting it there. The knife is so good, it doesn't need. I will say that the bigger one's a little more sluggish just because of the weight of the blade.
Yeah.
The smaller one has a little bit better detent to me.
I agree. That's was one of the things that surprised the Matt D, because he's the one who sold me this guy,
Okay.
And he was selling, and he kind of expected me to go, because I told him that I wanted it. He expected me to go for the bigger one, but I actually prefer living with the smaller one.
Same.
It's right in that nice like 3-finger size category with the flat here. I can choke up nicely. It gives me like a native sort of style grip.
It's not too small. At least not. Yeah, I don't have as big as you do. I mean, like I can get my fourth finger can get on the pinky.
Okay.
I mean, can get on like that back part.
Yeah.
And it'll be there. So if I were to choke up like that, I can get comfortably on.
Yeah.
So this to me is like, if I'm spread out, then it's going to be on the end. But if I'm kind of in the close, it's still comfortable enough. This is still bigger than a Lamia, and this is bigger than a Rosie. Barely, but not by a lot. But it is enough, because on the Rosie and Lamia, this struggles. I'm back here on that.
Okay, yeah.
But I can get it onto that part there. So it's just enough. But it's so well machined. I love the blade shape. I love the finish. I love everything about the knife except that stupid fucking flipper. Like it just it's so poorly designed. Like it's just, for everything that he did right, it's just poorly designed. And if you're going to do it like that, why would you not put at least some decent jimping or traction up the front to get
right? dude, especially on the larger one, you know, like I don't get it. With the smaller one, it's like, okay, like I can even come here, like put my finger on the tip of this flat.
That's how I have to get it. I have to get it up way high.
And then impact that on my draw. And I think that was his intention, is to do that. But on the large one, the amount of force you need versus the leverage you have just isn't really dialed in.
Well, also the thing too is based on that angle of that point. If you do that and you miss it, it hurts. I mean, it's uncomfortable.
It is.
I mean, it's not painful like, oh my God, I'm in pain, but it's like, I mean, it's not a fun feeling.
No, it's unpleasant for sure. You know, I mean, even actuating it normally is a little unpleasant, you know, just because that the tab, for the people in the chat, it kind of hooks forward a little bit in order to catch it, you know? And yeah, it just, I don't know. I agree. He wanted to throw in another deployment method to satisfy the people, I'm sure, who are like, oh, give us all the deployment methods. And it ends up being a fairly compromised design, you know?
Those people are dumb.
You know, the other thing, Sharif, that's weird is when you're doing it on the trying to get that front flipper, just by nature of how you hold it, it's more prone to getting lock pressure or getting pressure on the lock bar. So it makes it even tougher too, which makes that flipper actually even harder.
100%. 100%. It's a funny thing to me, you know. It's just
a phenomenal knife, except for that one piece.
Just one of the
I
weird.
think that's what happens when you start letting people who don't design knives influence knife design.
Thank you. Exactly. And that's, dude, you should have seen the pushback that I was getting like over the last few years, because I was saying that. You know, I was saying that, like, dude, the more deployment methods that you put, the more they suck. And I criticized Vosteed in one of my old review videos. I talked about how horrible the knife design was.
You can't do that. There's too many people making too much money off Vosteed.
Yeah, dude. Well, dude, I got death threats from people because I criticized Vosteed, and I said that their knives were garbage, and they basically sit and copy other famous knives and, you know, do some minor tweaks.
I don't care who's out there. If you hear this, you can go eat a dick.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
I don't like the company. I don't like the company not because of the knives, but because of their morals and how they started out.
I don't like anything about the company. If I'm
well, the knives aren't great, but don't get me wrong. I'm talking about the way that they did the release. They were. I don't know if I told you that they were like early on.
Yeah.
They did their whole like we're gonna push this hardcore with affiliates, and then don't say that they're affiliates or don't share how much they were. And then they slowly tuned it back. But dude, they were by far the highest in the industry when they came out. They were pumping YouTube quote unquote creators full of money to try to get the knives and first and foremost of the popularity.
Yep. Yeah, man. I mean, like, I don't know, if you look at a lot of their designs, they're highly derivative. They're highly borrowed from other stuff in the industry. One that, you know, a lot of people who don't understand design probably won't agree with me on is they have, let me see. There's one of their fixed blades, and it's, let me see, I'm on their website. Oh yeah, it's the H-back. Dude, the thing is basically trying to copy a Utzler.
Really?
Yeah. Here, let me pull it up real quick. Like it was the first thing that the Matt D and I noticed about it. So if you look at that thing and you compare it
That
to
looks like a duckling. Or
yeah, I'm literally holding up a duckling right now, and they tried to copy the lines of it. They added another little finger choil in here, and they added a little kink on the back.
but almost even the height of the bevel was exactly
Yeah.
like.
But
Sure. Did I tell you what I decided to do about the?
Duck hunter, not duckling.
actually, Cheeto, it is the duckling. The duckling is the smaller version of the duck hunter.
Yeah, Cheeto.
Cheeto, you know, you have one.
What'd you say?
Sharif, did I tell you what I decided to do with the last remaining Jason Brown knife? I don't know if you know that whole story, but when Jason Brown wanted me to make him a knife, I fucked around and didn't do it until it was way too late.
Mm-hmm.
So I went ahead and finished one, and we auctioned it off. Ed bought it, and the money went to Nora. But I had this other one hanging here, and I kept telling myself I'd never make it because I didn't want anybody else to own one because it was Jason's. But to be honest, hanging there over my workbench, I don't know. It just bothered me being there all the time undone.
Yeah.
I finally figured out what to do with it. I have ground it. I'm going to put scales on it, and it's going to Jason Bird.
Nice.
Who, I don't know if it's common knowledge at this point, but Jason Bird is Nora's dad at this point. So
right.
That's what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to finish it up and give it to Bird.
Heck yeah.
And he said he'd take care of it and it'd be Nora's one day. So
keeping it in the family.
That's right. Yep, no regrets there. I haven't getting eat up with mosquitoes. I haven't been mosquito bit in years. I just assumed there's all the medicine that I'm on kept them from biting me.
Mm-hmm.
No, they eat me alive tonight. Like I can see them. Big ones too. I mean, they're like the size of a grain of rice.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, they actually have a name. They're called Alabama mosquitoes. They're like zebra striped, and they're way bigger than even the mosquitoes in the Amazon. They're huge. Look at all these whelps in the forearm.
Yeah,
so
it's like flies on shit.
Yep.
Mosquitoes can eat a dude.
Yeah, mosquitoes don't play down here, son. They do. They will fucking drain you. They'll drain you dry.
Oh yeah, I always get eaten up when I head down to the south, regardless of what state I'm in.
I used to all the time, and then I was told,
"Damn it, Cheeto!"
That they could sense the sugar in my blood. I thought, well, that sounds reasonable. And then I got on diabetes medicine, and I haven't been bitten in years.
Yeah,
but I'm not on that same medicine, so maybe I'm no longer immune. I don't know. Well, apparently, because I'm getting bit tonight.
And
couple of disappointing things, and I really thought I was going to get to use my new contact wheel, but nope, that didn't happen.
Dude, why am I still on Vosteed's website looking at their garbage?
That is a very good question.
Did you see that, Sharif?
I was saying, like, oh yeah, nice.
Problem is, it requires about a half-inch bushing that I don't have. I can't afford it just yet.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, it can wait.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, to finish what I was gonna say on Vosteed, like, I, if you guys in the chat like them, you're a fan. That's all good. I have problems with the founder. So it's a little bit more personal for me. But then also as a designer, uh, I really don't appreciate their approach to things. So it's a twofold biased opinion from me. So
Sharif, should we really think anything less of the ethics wise? What do you what do we expect?
well, the issue is that for me is they were founded by Dr. EDC, and Dr. EDC used to be one of the principal guys over at Kaiser in their design and engineering department.
Yep.
And he did some really shady stuff before he left. He tried to block me from like getting any of my projects selected at Kaiser, which is really funny because Kay and Damon were the ones who like championed me internally, which is why they'll have my friendship and loyalty to like the ends of time. And then, yeah, when he left and I criticized his work, he then attacked Kay and Damon, saying that I was coached by them to say bad things about his product rather than him taking responsibility for putting out crap products and copying existing designs.
So I really chatting with Kay and Damon. They seem like really nice people.
Yeah.
But I gotta call a spade a spade. Their knives are just astronomically overpriced.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, they're good people, but I'm sure that their pricing structure has a reason. But for what you're getting, it is absorbently overpriced. I mean, like it's offensive.
Well, that's a fair criticism, honestly.
I'm not saying the product sucks. I'm just saying that the pricing structure is horrendous.
I agree. I don't think the original Kraken price versus product, was reasonable. And the Saga is a pretty awesome knife. I just don't think that the DLC versions in particular justify their pricing,
What do you think about Pyrotech?
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about Pyrotech. Like,
that's freaking ridiculous. I don't know.
The thing I don't know is, and it makes it hard for me to comment on, is how much they are paying for the additional work of putting in all of those magnets and things like that. Because I know their volume numbers are not that high. And when you compare it to, let's say, like Chavez is doing like 1,000+ unit orders,
But
so,
counterpoint to that is MBK just had one of the magnets for $239, and they offered you three versions of the inlays for free.
Yeah, I mean, MBK, I would argue uses a slightly lower tier factory, though. Based on my experience with MBK, having 50% of the knives that I've bought from them over a year develop issues like lock slip and lock rock and stuff like that.
Well, that's not fair, because it's very well known that if there's a shit version of a knife in a batch of 1 million, you're going to get it.
No, that's not the issue at all, actually. MBK has that issue even with their American-made stuff, man. Just ask the Matt D about his Sea Otter.
I think they have a higher rate of failure on their budget stuff. They've definitely cheaped out, like on when they did the what was it, the OG and the G10 and 14C $60, whatever.
Yeah.
That turned out to be not very good. But some of the upper end stuff, close to that 2 range, is usually fairly solid. I have heard issues with some of the stuff, which you're going to have that with every manufacturer, but
Yeah.
I don't see the price difference being 2.5 times, almost 3 times the difference in price.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I agree. Their pricing has always been higher than I would expect for what you get, because a lot of people don't realize how cheap S90V really is. Like S90V is cheaper than I think even M390
It is.
to spec,
It's cheaper than S45 even.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you the one that's crazy expensive that people don't realize. M398 is ridiculously expensive.
Oh yeah, M398 is like
Right, guys.
What?
I'm going to be a few minutes grinding this. I need to mute it. It seemed like it was pretty loud.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I'm going to mute myself for a few minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's M398. People don't realize at all that's like there's a reason why M398 doesn't show up on knives like below like $450, $500.
Yeah, it's wild right now.
Yeah.
But so here's the other thing. I get that it's a well-made knife. Like I said, I like them. I think King and Dame are awesome people.
Yeah.
But to get a Kraken for the same price as getting a full tie hinder, there is no comparison.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they're night and day.
No, I can't argue it. Honestly.
And the cost to make them is night and day.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. No, I definitely, that is, I wouldn't even take the position of devil's advocate, because I agree. When the Kraken came out, the first thing I got was sticker shock, honestly. Yeah. And I understand. I appreciate the additional milling and work and all of that stuff, but it also, in my head, doesn't translate to like a $200 per unit cost.
Well, then the replacement cost on the scales too. It's like, good God. I mean, you're buying another knife at that.
I did, Stevie. I did. Stevie, check out the screen because this dude finally showed up. Yeah. Ooh, that's the right angle to hit it at. There you go. Yeah, man. No, I definitely agree. Like, sticker shock has always been real, and honestly, like, I want a Saga. I really do. I'm waiting for Atlanta, and even then, it depends if because I definitely don't want to pay shipping on an already expensive knife that's like $340. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even beyond that, it still gets trumped in a lot of my mental planning by other stuff that I can get for similar prices. You know what I mean?
And like, I mean, I wish them all the best. I hope they do well. But in the same sense, I look at things as a value proposition. I don't care how good something is. If the price is well over what it's worth, then it's still not a good value proposition.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whatchamacallit. That's an issue I would say that's industry wide at this point, though.
I just think some are more egregious than others. But yes, I definitely agree that the pricing of stuff, like when people are starting to have, I mean, like some Kubies are $250 to $300. It's like, get off your high horse. Come on.
Yeah.
Or the Pokilos or your I'm not saying they're not well made, but I'm not paying that much money for a Chinese made knife. Sorry.
Po Kilos being $400+ to start is offensive to me, because even at that price, they still don't offer any additional value beyond just being a generally well-made knife.
Right.
And I cannot say that Po Kilo is doing anything significantly better than the best Riots or best techs. So why is their price already like more than $100 more expensive than what you get from those factories? Like,
I mean, the same thing. I think you get over $300 for a Wii. I think it's ridiculous too.
Well, again, yeah, because you're not, when you're starting to spend that kind of money, you're not getting like anything other than their standard blades, their standard heat treats. You're not getting any what you call
poorly done 20 CV, quote unquote 20 CV.
You're not even getting like specialized finishes, which by the way is my number one gripe with Wii. All of their finishes for me feel dead, like as in just boring, uninspired, basic ass knife finishes.
They did that Anno Stonewash for a while. That was pretty cool. And but I haven't seen them do it in a while.
Yeah, and even then, it's like they always went back to that like blue Stonewash Anno so frequently that it became like,
that's the only one that I have left. That's the only Wii I have, but I got it because the collab is sick and it's the blade that I wanted.
Oh yeah, the TNT knives. Yeah. See, and that's the thing. Phenomenal knife, right? Beautiful design, but just I don't know, like
But these were also like $230.
Right, exactly. I only own one Wii knife right now.
That's
it. And that's why, honestly. And it's not because Wii makes a bad knife. Actually, I would say Wii is at the same level as frickin' Riot. You know, they don't get included in the conversation, but their build quality, their execution, their consistency, tolerances, everything, every measure, they're right up there at the top. But and
you're right about finishes. Right now they're stuck in that. They're still in that fad of tie in some stupid fat carbon and then charging $350 to $400 for it.
Yeah. I think they're just too caught up in like OEMing to really care, you know. And it's what's really funny is that when you look at like stuff that's OEM by them, you can tell it from a mile away because the finishes don't change. Like not even a little bit. Like which was my favorite slip joint ever is this Surge.
Yeah.
And that is the signature Wii Stonewash. You know
what's crazy too is he charged what, like $150 for those?
Yeah. Or like $150, $170, somewhere in
that range.
Yeah. Oh no, I mean they're brilliant, honestly. Like the way
it shows you that greed of some other manufacturer or some other, I wouldn't call it manufacturer, they don't make anything. Some companies who have stuff OEM slip joints.
Yep. Oh yeah, and I mean, like, dude, look how thin that is too. It's a brilliant little slip joint. I'm such a fan of these, actually, and I had two, and I gave one to Nuz, and
Gotcha.
even though I didn't even realize it when I had it or when I got them, that they're M390, and both of us are not a fan of M390. Nuz still kept it.
Yeah. Well,
because it's so good.
The weird thing is, I mean, I've got several knives in M390 that I've kept because I like the design. It doesn't mean that I don't like the deal, no, but I like the design enough that I'm going to keep it.
Yeah.
It's not going to change my opinion on the knife. Do I wish it was made in something else? Hell yes, but it's not going to. I'm not going to just throw it away because of that.
Yeah.
Like I think it's pretty well known. A couple of my favorite designers are Ray Laconico and Brian Brown.
Yeah.
And Brian Brown's stuff is always an M390, and I can't afford one of his customs. So I've got a Jaeger and I've got a Corvus.
Yeah.
But
nice, Stevie.
See you, Stevie. But I can't afford a Taka for a Max 51. So I have a OEM one that he had done by them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I really wish a lot of the really experienced knife makers who then do OEM work would tell the factories to not use M390, maybe use a different steel. Like, dude, this would have been a perfect candidate for S90V.
Yeah.
I mean,
or even E390.
Yeah.
M4, Rex 45, any of the carbon steels potentially in a slip joint still that are going to hold up.
Yeah. But really, like, you know, if you wanted to be price competitive, you know, keep the price down, still maintain the slicing ability, there are some phenomenal options out there that I think would have been nicer than M390. But you know.
Here's my thing: when it comes to China, though,
yeah,
instead of charging 160 for that, give it to me for 90 and give it to me in 14C and tie.
Yeah, I mean, 14C does have a much more forgiving heat treat range. I haven't seen the wear resistance that I personally like out of 14C yet. But maybe it's just I haven't had a really nicely heat treated one.
Well, it can get crazy sharp for one. Two,
right.
It doesn't have the longest edge of retention, but what it does have is the ability to strop back and hone back easier than most steels. So you don't have to take stone, you don't have to remove metal to get it sharp again. So you're not really sharpening it as often as you would another steel. So you can get 2 to 3 times of stropping and honing, if not more, before you take it to steel. Yeah. Where some other steels, once they go dull, you're not stropping them back, right?
Right.
So your edge retention, you look at the difference there, it's nominal difference.
Yeah.
If you're touching them up. Plus, the thing about 14C is it's so tough, you can take it to a lower edge angle.
Fair.
And you can get some benefits out of that. So like on a super slicey knife like that,
yeah,
you could take that down to 17 degrees and not have a problem with being that thin.
That was always my my dream with MagnaCut, but the inconsistencies that I've been hearing with the steel, which hopefully now that it's all Era, you know, steel, that should be resolved.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, Era's got it worked out even better than Crucible. Crucible was kind of cutting corners towards the end of their batches.
Yeah. That's the boots on the ground report that I was getting to, you know.
And that makes sense. They knew they were getting out of business, so I'm sure they probably weren't. Their heart wasn't in it the same.
Yeah.
And they also had dilapidated facilities that they weren't going to put more money into. So who cares? They, you know.
Yeah,
they operated the way
just
they did.
grinding it out.
Yeah, for sure.
It's
They,
like when you're in high school and it's senior whatchamacallit, you get whatever senioritis or whatever they
Yep.
called it, and you just don't want to put in the effort because you're about to cross the finish line,
Yeah.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah, it happens.
But it's still one of the best options out there for an all around steel.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this new era of MagnaCut, MagnaWare starts like going.
Magnamax.
Magnamax, thank you. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I'm hopeful, but I'm not.
Early development, there's some very good results coming out of it, but also some of the early results have been very, how do I want to phrase it? Pedantic treating, not even getting its full capability out of it yet.
Yeah, like I would say the prototypes of the Scapegoat from ProTech were basic heat treats, because I mean I've been using this knife. It's a great little knife. If you guys, good night, Sarah Rick.
Rick.
If you guys do like this design and you do want to get kind of dip a toe into Magnamax, then it's not a bad option, and it's not overly expensive considering. But I will say it did not blow my mind. Like I was expecting performance similar to or close to, let's say, like Maximet. Not quite that crazy, but closer. And I don't feel necessarily that I hit that, in use. I would say it's maybe more like S110.
It should be somewhere around S90, maybe slightly higher than S90. But
yeah.
It's not going to blow the doors off. It's not going to be a Maximet. It's not going to be a Rex 121.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be much tougher than Rex 121, Maximet.
Right.
1V. That's the other benefit to it, is it's going to have more toughness. It's not going to be super tough, but it's going to be tougher than a lot of those high edge retention steels.
Yeah. For those of you guys in the chat, just so you have a reference point, like S110 for edge retention is here, and then S90 is here, despite their names, which has kind of always been funny to me. But S90V has better edge retention than S110, and then it's like a colossal jump up to like Maximet 15V, and Rex 121 takes it even like to a crazier level.
Did you hear me, Dave?
What'd you say?
It's the grain structure.
Yeah.
S9's grain structure is much tighter and smaller than S110.
Yeah. It's just funny from a naming convention sort of thing, right? Like generally if you look, for example, like S30, S35, S45, like there's kind of a progression in qualities, across them. But for example, out of those three, S30V actually is supposed to have the highest edge retention. S35 has the highest toughness, and S45 has the best balance.
Yep.
So it's a lot of people try to make a correlation between the numbers and performance, and that's not usually the case. That's for me the at least the funny thing from my perspective. They're like, oh, it has a bigger number, it must be better. It's like, no. That's
in certain things, yes, but there's give and take of everything.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
everyone asks what's your perfect steel. There's no one perfect steel. It depends on use case, what you're doing with it, what you're
But
cutting.
people don't like to think like that. They're very simplistic, you know? Like,
Well, I mean, it has to be somewhat or have somewhat semantics, because you can't just be like, okay, this is the best thing ever. Depends on what its use case is going to be. Like,
I think the way to avoid that issue more than anything else is to do it from a design perspective, right? Like, if I'm sitting here and I'm making like a freaking bruiser of an outdoors knife, right? Like, I'm going to use like 52-100 or A1 or something like even crewware, you know, if I wanted to go more stainless versus those carbon steels, right? And if I do that, I eliminate the confusion for the customer, and I just tell them how to use it, you know.
let me ask
But
you.
you
Go ahead.
have like China putting out a ton of different steels and knives. I mean, to be fair, even Spyderco does it with their sprint runs, you know. Um,
Love that.
but like, I have a Para 3 lightweight in 3V. Like, how am I? What am I ever going to use 3V in a Para 3 lightweight? Like, it makes no sense as like a steel and handle scale and even knife combination. You know what I mean?
It depends. So, like, I agree with you in principle, but going back to the outdoors knife, if you want toughness, why wouldn't you go with one of the toughest steels possible?
Yeah.
And or go with a steel that has decent toughness but has longer edge retention and let geometry dictate your toughness. So, like, people don't use it, but AEBL 14C is phenomenal for bushcrafting knives because it is so freaking. It's tougher than like 99% of the carbon steels made, and yet people are like, "Oh, I got to have the carbon is tougher." No, 14C is tougher and it's stainless.
Yeah,
and it has better edge retention than most of those carbon steels too.
And it usually ends up being like net cheaper too, which is the funniest part.
And it's easier to sharpen than some of those.
Yeah.
It drops back. I mean, like, there are so many benefits to it, but it depends on what you're using. But like the Para 3, the cool thing about that though is, yeah, it's 3V. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But the cool thing is, with 3V being so tough, that you could lower the angle on that with, you know, what Spyderco specs, 17 to 15 range, and get a much longer lasting edge than a lot of their steels they come out in. It's better than their 20 CV. That'd be better than their S35 or S45. That would be, you would get benefits out of certain steels over that for sure in a lightweight.
I agree. My point is more so that to the consumer who doesn't know that or think like that, it just ends up confusing them and confusing like the discussion. I
don't disagree. I love the fact that they do sprint runs because it gives opportunities for so many different steels that people don't know about and get to try. That's why to me the Mule team is one of the most successful projects in the last 2 decades.
Oh yeah. Oh, I think the Mule team stuff is fucking genius, honestly. And I mean, if they didn't do sprint runs, I wouldn't have 15V and I wouldn't love it as much as I am,
Yeah.
So I don't find it, like, for a person like myself, a consumer like myself, who's a little bit more educated, and I know what I'm getting into, and I know why I'm getting it and why I'm using it. That's one thing, but like your average customer that I've seen, and I'm not mentioning it from people in the community. I'm talking about like even back when I didn't have Manganese Steel as like a business, right? There was always this conversation with people who are like, "Oh, I need to get my one and done, like, awesome steel, and and I remember people were like so diehard back in the day with M390. There was like, oh, I cannot believe that there's anything better than this. Like M390 is the best steel ever. And I'm like, but it's not. And it's not even the best steel for a lot of use case scenarios. So, like,
You're cutting plastic all day. It's good.
Yeah, but even then, like the edge retention, like compare M390 edge retention with an average heat treat versus S30V with good heat treat. Like S30V will cut as good, if not better, than freaking M390 will. So it's just like, okay, if M390 is supposed to be this like do all perfect thing, then why is it getting outperformed by a much cheaper steel, or it perceived to be cheaper steel?
M390 is going to be a little bit tougher, especially for lateral than S30. So for cutting like straps, plastic straps and stuff, M390 would be.
It wasn't even in a use case scenario where they would experience that. We're talking
right. I'm hypothetically the actual reasons why the steel was made. So like M390 was designed to cut plastics. That was the reason why the steel was made.
It's just, I don't know. It's like funny to me seeing the customer, just being like, oh, oh my God, it's the best thing ever. And it's like, well, no, not really.
People also like to hear one thing that they trust from a source, regurgitate it like it's gospel, and not do their own research.
Like, dude, this has always been like a gold standard knife to me, right? This is the Ruike or whatever Jaeger, right? It's not especially a great knife. I don't think it's like a particularly like well-designed thing. From what I understand, it's very comfortable. I have no idea how the heat treat was done on it, but the
steals it in. Steals it in.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. The beauty of this knife, right, was for under $100. Okay, you get this. I can't remember. It's like a 4 to 5 inch freaking outdoor camp knife. Okay, in 14C.
They do 14C very well.
Yeah. So $77, dude.
So like they have that stainless steel that Shane always talks about, the P801 or whatever the frame lock is.
Okay.
It's actual stainless steel, so it's kind of heavy frame lock with a 14C, and it's like $35.
Yeah.
And Billy tested one of those. I think he actually tested 2 of those, and I think the 14C was like 62 to 63.
Dude, incredible.
Yeah.
But yeah, look at this 4.33 inch long blade in 14C28N, $77, dude.
Yep.
$77. Show me any other camp knife that's as capable as this that's under $80.
Yeah, you're paying more than that for a tops in 1095.
Exactly. Okay, you want to say Mora, like, well,
$15.
Right. But even the Mora will not be as durable as that thing is. And it won't be stainless. And the Mora stainless doesn't perform as well as their carbon steel knives do, right? Because I don't know what they use for stainless, but it just doesn't compare, 1-to-1 versus their carbon versions. So $80, dude. $80 or less for that Reich, and it's friggin' awesome, So, but that's the thing, right? Like, a knife like that gets overlooked because it's not, knife of the month. It's not, super duper sexy, and it's not in a sexy flavor of the month steel. So people ignore it and don't get something like that, when really that's, if you want like a really nice camp knife for cheap, there you go. And there's a reason I have it saved in my Amazon cart.
Yeah, I mean there are a lot of good things out there for good price points, and like I don't see how some of these companies stay in business just putting out shit like they do and getting away with the price structure that they do.
Again, I mean, it's the thing is you have to look at the uh, the customers. You know what I mean? If you have an uninformed consumer base and you don't make the effort to educate them, and you keep on giving them flashy new things, then that's really what ends up being the customer base, and the community, unfortunately.
But
And
some
luckily,
of those companies like Tops and Essie and stuff, I mean, dude, their target market, their base is the attrition rate is running out. They're dying off. Like they're not going to have those. They're not going to have those floods forever.
Yeah,
and they won't adapt.
I don't know what their strategy or their plan is for that, but I would say luckily, whatchamacallit, luckily in our little community, we inside of things, we have people who are a little bit more focused on that kind of stuff versus other communities,
Yeah.
or like subsections of like the knife community.
Todd said he has that Jaeger.
Yeah, I was just gonna pop that up. Yeah, he got his for $50, which is amazing. So,
well, I've got I don't know. Fixed blade. Do you know this fixed blade? I don't know the maker or anything on this. It looks like a boat, right? But I don't know.
Let me see. Oh, that's super familiar.
That's the only marking on is that little.
That actually looks more like a BP custom, but the edge bevel is way low for him.
Yeah, this is a super low saber grind.
Yeah, I don't know that.
I don't know who made this, but it was a very easy knife to make because that bevel's very, very low. But it's super well made though. It's very well done. It's nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say it looks.
It just had that kind of design language of a boat ride. That's why I was asking.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at like how they did the edge chamfers, like on the front of the scales.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a big F on the back I didn't see before.
Okay.
Stupid fucking camera.
Well, Yeah, Cheeto, you may know that better than I do. Let me see if I can full screen you here.
Up by the, you can barely see it. Up kind of by the spine, there's an F, big F there.
I don't know. Like off the top of my head, I don't know, but it looks like a beautiful knife.
It's very well made.
Yeah. Yeah, like what Cheeto was saying, if it was a Boatwright, he would have etched the spine. Like I said, the closest one that makes me think of is BP Customs, but it's clearly not, because BP definitely doesn't do that style per se. Let me see.
And I can't read the sheath, so I don't know if the same maker made the sheath or. But literally, the writing on the sheath is so small and so bad that I can't read what it says.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who. Yeah, that's really I don't want to see that right now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like the closest one it resembles. I'm trying to pull it up. It looks really close to this model from BP, with some obvious differences. But that's the closest resembling. I mean, the blade shape is different. The tail of the end of the handle is completely different. The grind is completely different. Chamfering is completely different. But that is the closest that I could think of. Is this guy the Wasp? That's right.
Let me see if he put in the notes what it was. I don't know. Okay, so it says the fixie is thick. I'm not hoping for miracles, but the edge got stropped off when I let a homie make an awful sheath for it. Okay, so that makes sense.
Okay,
I'm probably gonna have you send it to Force or someone for leather when I'm done. Okay, all right, but you didn't say what it was.
Dang. Is it somebody we know?
The guy who sent it to me, yeah, but not the maker necessarily.
Okay.
Not that I know of, but
yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anybody? It wouldn't be Freehill. Freehill stuff is crazy. Freeman, no, wouldn't be Freeman. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, speaking of Freehill, dude, the knife he just made was absurd. Absolutely absurd. Thing sold. He made 2 of them, fixed blades, for $2,300 a piece, I think, and they both sold. This guy.
Oh yeah.
Full integral, full one piece, you know. And then he did brass liners.
Have you seen paper
tank?
There's a dude who out of Canada who's he did some knives similar to that, not with the full guard necessarily.
Yeah.
But he did there's a full one piece Damascus, and he did a bow tie on not a bow tie, excuse me, a dovetail inlay on the handles.
Oh Jesus.
It is absolutely insane. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. Yeah, Freehill killed it on this one. The guy is a little obtuse, a little difficult to talk to, but very like insanely skilled dude.
Sounds like most artists.
Yeah.
JVB knives.
D is in David or
J V is in Victor, B is in boy. Hang on, let me pull something up here.
Oh, I do not follow him. But okay. Holy crap. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Let me get to he actually makes some YouTube videos of making them. That's how I found them. Let me pull up to the end of here where you're showing off this. It's got it completely made. All right, here. Let me. Where'd Shane go?
Not sure.
Well, you have access. You can, if I share the screen, you can.
Yeah.
Accept it. Go ahead. if you don't mind.
There you go.
It's a gun oil for oiling. Contrast
Yeah, this stuff is insane. Yeah.
beautifully and beautifully. The fit up is absolutely perfect.
I've only seen one other
Oh,
knife maker
just looks fantastic.
do that.
That little
Yeah, but that is one solid piece of Damascus, the handle and the blade.
Yeah.
So it starts off that thick, and he wastes all that steel to bump it down to the blade stock. But then to do that keyhole doving on the handles, that is freaking just epic.
I was gonna say I've only seen, well, he's now the second one. The only other maker that I have ever known to do that is cast knives. Like, look at this.
Yeah,
Like,
gorgeous.
yeah, like that when you get to that level of making fixed blades, like, dude, like this, full integral, and integral, by the way, for you guys in the chat, in fixed blades, if you don't know, means that like the bolsters and all of that stuff are part of the original steel, just like the one that Kyle just showed. I mean, these knives are a little extreme for my tastes, but the craftsmanship is stupid.
Yeah, for sure.
Like this is something you put up on your wall and you never use.
That's going to a Saudi prince.
Yeah, basically. That's literally the customer for that thing. Yeah, when you get to that level of knife making, like, you have completed knife making. Like, I don't think you get much better than that.
You get so bored that you have to try to top your last thing.
Yeah.
Cliff, yeah, Kyle's very, very good. I would say he's one of the better ones. I don't know if he's the best, but he's definitely up there as far as quality goes. He does some cool work, though, for sure.
I don't know Kyle, actually, and I am following him now.
Oh, he does YouTube videos too, showing him making them.
Okay. He has a lot of videos on his page, which I appreciate. I'm sure he's got a lot more followers because, well, yeah, holy crap, he's got 76,000 followers. That's pretty nuts.
He's a master bladesmith. He does his own forgings, but he makes he's made some 6-figure swords and stuff.
Holy crap, Jesus!
Yeah, art pieces that go to auctions. All his stuff typically goes to auctions.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I'm looking at this thing, and I'm sure that is probably at that level.
Yeah. And some of that stuff, so like on the hilt there, on the guard, that's inlaid gold. That's real inlaid. Like, he does diamond inlays, he does all kinds of crazy stuff. He's very, very talented. There's another, he doesn't do like commissions necessarily that I know of, but he typically does everything on more of auction based.
Yeah.
But another guy who does stuff off of commission base, who does videos as well too, is Jesse Hugh or Sue or something like that. He makes some really cool stuff off of forging, and he's on YouTube. I bet Shane's phone died.
I'm willing to bet.
I just sent him a text message, so I'll see if it goes through or not.
Hey, what up, Josh?
Hey, Josh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, with a lot of these guys, once you get up to that level, they start going for skills beyond like knife making and finishing, and they get into like jewelry making, like, skill sets.
100%, that's jeweling. That is
the
jeweling town. Like some of his tooling, he's got like, that's an actual what do you call it? It's an air hammer that's engraving that or pushing it down in.
Yeah.
And then he goes back and trims off the rest of the gold. But he goes in originally and he actually dovetails the underside of that cut so that the gold sticks in there. It is actual full jewelry level.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. It's like literally when you get to that level of art knife making, you have to integrate like jewelry techniques. Like there's no other way. You know?
Yeah, that little air hammer thing is hooked up to a like a flex shaft. They do it for a lot of jewelry work. They do it for dental work. They do it for all kinds of stuff.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, look at that. And
It's a precise Dremel, but it has micro motors to them. Some of them are even run off of what do you call it? Ultrasonic.
okay. Yeah, that's ridiculous. You know. And I'm here for it. I respect and I appreciate that. I mean, like, yeah, look at all this.
Yeah, my text message is not going through to him, so his phone died.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I got about 3 more minutes in me, Sharif, and I got to cut it. It's almost 2:30 here.
It's all good by me, dude.
And I've been sitting here sharpening for the last 4.5 hours, 5 hours. I need to stretch.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I appreciate all of this stuff. Like, a lot of it's not for me, you know. Like, I wouldn't go and spend my hard-earned money on this kind of thing. But it's also, I'm also not the type to like necessarily go and buy a painting either. You know,
But you can respect it. There's a difference. Like I respect
Yeah.
the craft. I don't like it, or I don't think it's for me, but I respect it.
Immensely respect it. Yeah.
Like I don't have the skill to do that kind of stuff, so it's
Yeah.
impressive. Do I think that it's as good as, you know, something made in super steel? Of course not. But it's not designed to be. It's not. That's not what the purpose of that is for.
Exactly.
Now, if he were to come out and be like, "Oh, this is better than such and such super steel," then I'd have a problem with it. But
yeah.
he's saying this is a gorgeous piece that I made by hand, every aspect of it, then, you know, kudos to him. He gets every bit of credit.
Yeah. Exactly. And like I said, I'm here for it. You know, I really appreciate the art knives. I'd love to actually go to an art knife show, simply just to see like the creations and the customers, you know, because the customers are also like a whole different category and type of consumer. You know what I mean? Like,
If I'm not mistaken, I think Kyle goes to Blade every year.
does he? Okay.
I don't know that he shows anything off, but I think he just goes.
Oh, that would make sense to me. Ugh. Yeah.
Most of his stuff is auction based. I don't think he does a whole lot of like, you know, face to face or commission based stuff.
Yeah, it's like
Because a lot of his builds, you got to think his builds are taking months.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's like Scott Cook, you know, and the Loxa. I've never seen a Loxa not go for auction.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it auction in the same way, probably.
He auctioned himself. He's not sending it to an auction house.
Right. That's what I mean. Yeah, like he's auctioning it himself, but stuff on that guy's level is going to an auction house. But dude, even the Loxas, man, I've seen Loxas go for over 20 grand for a single one, which is insane, and not even a particularly crazy one either, you know.
Josh, that's who I was just talking about a little bit ago. I think it was Jesse Hugh or Jesse something like that. But he's very, very talented as well too. He does all of his forgings himself. I don't know if I follow him or not. Let me see. He does videos on it as well.
But dude, this is why, again, love him or hate him, like I always like demand a level of respect for freaking Gustavo Cecchini, right? All of his stuff is single origin. He creates it all, you
Right.
know? And so like a lot of people don't know that like the whole captured bearing thing was him, you know?
Maybe I
Nobody
should-
was
this
using,
guy.
you know. Oh, let me share that for you.
He's not as artsy, but he does some very fine made knives that are, extremely expensive.
Yeah, I mean,
but
look at that. He's got one for $10,000 right there.
yeah, but he's also doing all the from scratch. He's doing all the forge in house, making his own steels, doing his own patterns. Does some good work, but
Mhm.
he get into the jeweled side of it and going as crazy. He does some fancy handles and some very precision inlays on his bolsters and that kind of stuff. But he's not doing not the jewelry type of stuff that.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Like I got nothing but love for anybody who puts that level of craftsmanship and attention to detail into their work, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's the same principle. Like, okay, I don't think it is as good as modern things, but I respect the history behind it and the art and the craftsmanship of it. Same
Mhm.
as with like woodworking, doing everything by hand and doing old green and green style, or old Japanese style, or old.
Yeah.
There's an art form to it, and that's
Mhm.
impressive. But to say that it's better than something that's made currently with modern tooling is not necessarily fair. It may
Yeah.
have more character because it's done a different way, but they're different animals, and
Mhm.
they're both important.
Right. And that's the important takeaway. They're both important. And that's the thing that bothers me. It's like people like to talk down stuff in a hope that like the thing that they like is superior to something else, and it's like, well, no, dude, like they can both coexist,
Right.
you know? Like if both people are both makers, creators, whatever, are doing like awesome work, let's just call it awesome work. You know what I mean? Like
Yep. Not
and
everything has to be this or that. Things can
yeah,
coexist.
yeah, exactly. What shouldn't coexist is like cheap knockoff shit that gets passed off as like new stuff, but just with minor changes. You know what I mean? Like we
Like
don't
perfect
need more garbage like that.
example. Like right here, there's two people in chat, Cliff and Josh. Josh is cool, Cliff is not, but they're both important. Josh, that's the TS Prof 304. I'm sorry, KO3. Excuse me. I said reading 304 off your name. All right, Sharif, I'm going to call it,
Yeah.
buddy.
Sounds good by me, dude.
It was great hanging out with you. I'm glad you
Yeah.
you popped on to join us.
Yeah, I was glad I was able to. Definitely gave me a nice distraction this evening. So appreciate it.
Well, I sorry your evening didn't go as planned, but hopefully
It's all good.
hopefully everything works.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right, gentlemen, have a good evening, and we will catch you on the next one.
Later, folks.
You can end it because I can't, right?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Okay.